Aloha mai kako. Good morning, everyone. This is the February 7th, 2023 Land Use Commission meeting. This is an in-person meeting, which is being held at the West Hawaii Civic Center, Community Meeting Hale, Building G 74-5044 Ane, please forgive me if I mispronounce this, Keoho'oka Lole Highway, Kailua Kona, open to the public. Court reporting transcriptions are being done from this Zoom recording of today's meeting. Since we will be relying on the Zoom recording, we strongly encourage all meeting participants to speak slowly, clearly, and directly into your microphone, which I a little closer, as I've just demonstrated. And before speaking, please state your name and identify yourself for the record. So even though this is an in-person meeting, please be aware that all meeting participants are being recorded on a digital record of the Zoom meeting for court reporting purposes. And your continued participation is your implied consent to be part of the public record of this event. If you do not wish to be part of the public record and be recorded on the Zoom, you should exit the meeting now. I will also share with all participants that we will be taking breaks from time to time, typically 5 to 10 minutes every hour. And we will also be taking a longer break for lunch if the meeting continues into that hour. My name is Dan Giovanni, and I have the pleasure to serve as the LUC chair. We currently have 9 seated commissioners. Along with me are Commissioners Lee Ohigashi from Maui, Commissioners Gary Okuda, Mel Kahele, Kuiki Kamakea Ohelo, Commissioner George Ata from Oahu, Commissioner Michael Yamane from Kauai, and Commissioner Nancy Carr Smith from the island of Hawaii. Commissioner Brian Lee is excused from today's meeting. In attendance by Zoom, via Zoom, and available for questions is LUC Executive Officer Daniel Orendanker. Seated beside me is LUC Chief Planner Scott Derrickson. We also have LUC Staff Planner Martina Segura and LUC Chief Clerk Ariana Kwan. And to my left is LUC Attorney General Julie Chena. Again, court reporting transcriptions are being done from this Zoom recording. Our first order of business today is the adoption of the minutes from our meeting of December 6th, 2023. Ms. Kwan, has there been any written testimony submitted on the December 6th, 2023 minutes?
No, Mr. Chair.
Are there any members of the public who have signed up to testify on the adoptions of the minutes from December 6, 2023?
No, Mr. Chair.
Commissioners, are there any corrections or comments on the minutes of December 6, 2023? If not, is there a motion to adopt the minutes? Who was that?
So moved. Second.
Commissioner Ohigashi moved, and it was seconded by Commissioner Yamane. All in favor of adoption of the minutes, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the minutes are adopted. Thank you. The next agenda item is the tentative meeting of our forthcoming schedule. Mr. Derrickson, would you please share with all of us the updated schedule, potential schedule?
I don't have the schedule here. Do you have the schedule?
One second.
I'm gonna let our chief clerk pull up the tentative meeting schedule. Okay.
You want me to talk?
Yeah, no, I got it. Okay, so this is Scott Derrickson. The March 6 and 7, we have a meeting scheduled on Oahu for the Halikua Development Status Report, and on the 7th, litigation updates. And we're going to be postponing hearing on the administrative rules changes. And we have tentative, we have nothing scheduled on March 20th and 21st, but we are going to ask you to keep those available. We don't have anything scheduled right now in April. In May 8th and 9th, we have May 8th on Maui. To hear a status report from ANFAC HHFDC on docket number 892 686. And then on May 9 on Oahu, tentatively to hear the Waimanalo Gulch special permit. And then again, May 22nd and 23rd, also for Waimanalo Gulch special permit. We're anticipating the county taking action and possibly filing with us sometime in late March or early April. So that's why it's tentative at this moment. And I think that's all for right now.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions or comments on the potential schedule? Hearing none. Thank you very much. We'll move on to our next order of business, which is the status and progress report on A 83-549 Kona Vistas LLC. This is a status and progress report in response to recently submitted annual report 2022. I'd like to remind all commissioners that this is a status report hearing and no decisions will be made and no motions for action are required today. The chair and the commissioners can ask the petitioner and the parties for certain things. They should be identified by the commission and will be followed up with the letters from our staff if we have specific questions that we'd like you to address forthcoming to today's meeting. I also want to note for the record that the petitioner filed 2 documents yesterday to address questions raised in the staff review, an initial response letter and an amendment to that response, and both have been posted on the website. In those documents, the petitioner raised several questions that I do not expect that we will be able to answer at today's hearing. And if the petitioner would like to pursue those questions after today's hearing, they should consult with our staff on the best way to get answers to their questions. That may include a filing for a declarative hearing, a declarative ruling hearing on this matter. So it's a series of steps. So our intent is to get everybody all the answers to all their questions, but we have to be procedurally correct on how we go about doing that. Mr. Derrickson, did I correctly state that for the record?
I think you've gotten it. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to start with the parties identifying themselves for the record. And let me remind you that anytime you choose to speak in the hearing today, please start by saying your name and then you may proceed. So let's start with the petitioner.
Good morning, Chair Giovanni and members of the commission. Thank you for making the long journey over here to Kona. Your presence is much appreciated.
Thank you.
My name is Darren Arai. I'm a land use planning consultant assisting the petitioner Kona 3 LLC. The petitioner is comprised of, on my left, Richard Wheelock. The other two members of Kona 3 are sitting in the back, Mr. Roland Higashi and Mr. Robert Williams. On my right is counsel for Kona 3, Michael Matsukawa.
Thank you. One second. Since he's not an attorney, I guess. Might as well do it now. So, Mr. Rai, since you're not an attorney, I need to swear you in. So let's just get that out of the way now, if you don't mind. So do you swear that the testimony that you'll give to the commission today will be the truth?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And if you do call witnesses other than Mr. Matsukawa, we will swear them in at the time. Okay, for the state of Hawaii. Who is here?
Allison Cato, Deputy Attorney General for Office of Planning and Sustainable Development. Also Katia Balaciano, Land Use Division Administrator from the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development. Thank you.
Ms. Kato is on Zoom, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. that's
Okay,
correct.
and here today, just for the record, is who?
I'm Katia Balaciano, Land Use Division Chief with the OPSD, Office of Planning and Sustainable Development.
Yeah, please state that again. closer
Sure.
To the mic.
Yes. Hi, my name is Katia Balaciano. I'm the Land Use Division Chief at the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development. I'm here in person and our Deputy Attorney General is on Zoom today.
Can I swear you in, please?
Sure.
Please state your name and again, and the testimony you were given today will be the truth.
It'll be the truth. Katia Balaciano.
Thank you very much. From the county of Hawaii.
Good morning, Commissioners. Michelle An, Deputy Corporation Counsel, representing the Planning Department. Okay. Good morning, Commissioners. Michelle An, Deputy Corporation Counsel, representing the Planning Department of the County of Hawaii. With me is Deputy Planning Director Jeff Darrow, and also present are Susan Akiyama of Housing and Deputy Corporation Counsel Sylvia Wan. Susan Coons, I'm sorry, of Housing.
I didn't get that last part.
I had mistakenly referred to Susan as Susan Akiyama. Her name is Susan Coons.
Very well. Mr. Darrow, will you be giving testimony today? Can I swear you in, please? Mr. Darrow, will the testimony you're about to give today be the truth?
Yes.
Thank you very much. One,
We have members of the audience that are hard of hearing. Can we have everybody speak clearly and closely into the mic to ensure good audio in the room?
we will. Do we need to go back over anything that we've already done?
I don't think so for introductions.
Okay, so it's a reminder for everyone, including me, to speak loudly and clearly and into the microphone. You got that, everybody? Okay. Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a disclosure.
Proceed.
I'd like to disclose that when I was first nominated to sit on the Land Use Commission almost 8 years ago, I asked Mr. Matsukawa to explain to me the fundamentals of land use law. And he was gracious enough to take me around Kona to explain the Kona farm lots and things like that. I think I should disclose the fact that I've known Mr. Matsukawa in the practice of law, maybe since the time I was licensed in 1981. But I think it's important that I disclose the fact that initially he was the person I went to find out what I should or should not be doing. I'm not saying I follow everything he says, but that disclosure should be placed on the record. A second thing I'd like to disclose is, even though this does not deal with Mr. Matsukawa directly, I represent the ILWU Local 142 in an action which involves his brother, Mr. Edward Matsukawa of Kauai. None of these interests affect anything financial for me. I have no financial interest in the outcome of anything, and I don't believe any of these relationships will affect what I do with respect to this matter. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Okuda. Fellow commissioners, do you have any objection to Mr. Okuda continuing in this hearing in light of his disclosures? Hearing none. Parties, any objection to Commissioner Okuda continuing in this hearing? Petitioner.
For the petitioner, no objection.
Please state your name.
Oh, I'm sorry, Darren Arai,
No objection.
no objection.
Okay, state.
Allison Cato, no objection.
Thank you. County.
Michelle On, we have no objection.
Thank you. So Mr. Okuda, you may continue in this matter. Fellow commissioners, any other disclosures at this time? Hearing none, we will proceed. First, I will recognize. Yeah, I'm still discussing what the procedures are going to be, and Commissioner Okuda short-circuited me by making a disclosure before I told you we will be making disclosures. So we've got that part done. And so I'm going to describe the procedure. So I will recognize written public testimony that has been submitted in this manner, identifying the person and organizations who have submitted that testimony. Next, I will call on members of the public who wish to testify on the Kona Vistas LLC status and progress report. Members of the public will have 3 minutes to provide their testimony and then stand by to respond to any questions from the parties or the commissioners. When all questions have been completed, the chair will excuse the witness and call the next witness. After completion of the public testimony portions of the proceedings, the chair will call on the petitioner to provide its status report. The chair will then call on the county's planning department, the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development for the state, and for comments regarding the status report presented by petitioner. The petitioner will then be allowed to respond to comments made by the county and OPSD. Commissioners will ask questions of the parties at the conclusion of each of their presentations if they have questions. At the conclusion of the parties' testimony and commissioners' questions, and this is important, the public will be granted a second opportunity to provide additional public testimony after they've had the benefit of hearing from all the parties and from hearing the questions and answers given to the commissioners. Once that concludes, the commission will enter into deliberations regarding the status report and decide on any matters that it wishes to continue or proceed. Again, I will note that I will be calling for short breaks of typically 5 to 10 minutes and a longer one for lunch if we're still going. So are there any questions from the parties on the procedure for today? Petitioner?
Darren Arai for the petitioner, no questions.
Thank you. From the state,
Allison Cato, no questions. Thank you.
the county,
Michelle On, we have no questions.
very well. So please be informed, this is for everyone, that all relevant records and documents pertaining to this matter can be accessed for your personal review on the LUC website. That's https://luc.hawaii.gov/A83-549. Public testimony. For members of the public, please be reminded that the commission will not be considering the merits of this petition. Rather, the commission is interested in learning about the current state of the activities related to the docket, including compliance with conditions and will consider whether action is necessary. I will now recognize written public testimony submitted in this manner, identifying the person and organizations submitting the testimony. Ms. Kwan, has there been any written testimony submitted on this matter?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we received 15 written testimony that have all been published on our website.
Is that at the location on the website, which I just gave a moment ago?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So I will repeat that for everybody's reference. It's https://luc.hawaii.gov/A83-549. Thank you, Ms. Kwan. Next, and now I will call on any members of the public to provide testimony on this agenda item. Ms. Kwan, has anyone signed up to testify?
We have 10 people signed up to testify the first round.
Very, very well. So we'll begin with that process now, and let me remind each of you that I will swear you in, and then you'll have 3 minutes to provide your testimony. And then please remain for any questions that the parties or the commissioners may have. Who is the first person?
First, we have David Blanket Maddock.
Aloha, Mr. Maddock, will you please raise your hand and indicate whether the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth?
Aloha, David Blansett Maddock, the truth and the whole truth. Thank you, sir.
So please state your name and address and begin. You have 3 minutes.
David Blansett Maddock, homeowner, full-time resident, Kona 76101 Kamehameha Street. Disclosure, I am an attorney, but not here in that capacity. I'm also former senior planner for cities of Los Angeles and Pittsburgh. If I may begin my time now, I have 3 minutes to talk about a 40-year story. That's not a lot of time. So it's not a lot of time. So let's get at it. The answer is we know, now we know. Today, the developer comes with a piece of land that he paid about $600,000 in fair market value to. And in the course of these proceedings, I would say have said tomorrow, but later when the declaratory things are done, that land will be worth tens of millions, no, actually hundreds of millions of dollars. It's a lot of money. What goes on in this hearing is very important because it's going to make that land super valuable. How is it possible? I can explain the history of the string of developers who plowed under the Hawaiian cultural history and broke promises on affordable housing and got out and left liabilities to this developer at a fire sale.
Could you speak a little slower? I know you're trying to squeeze it
Well,
in 3 minutes.
I have 4 pages. If you'll give me just a little indulgence to
We
get
can't
through
give you
this.
more than 3 minutes.
Then
We've
I'm gonna
got
have to
2 minutes.
speak quickly, sir. Let's be fair. Your predecessors on this board did not have the facts necessary to make an informed and fair decision. Identification, classification, and importance of Hawaiian cultural resources were left to the developers' paid consultants. They and you were never told that easily discovered trails were on this land, one trail appearing twice in U.S. maps and surveys. You were given literally thousands of pages of developer-paid studies that concluded no significant impact, but not one of those thousands of pages mentioned the trails. Instead, you were told that the walls clearly in view and some of double construction typical of trail walls were mostly post-contact cattle walls or farm walls. Ancient walls, simply common farm walls. History was erased by omission and misclassification. Hawaiian culture was purged from this project. And once century was purged, bad things happened. They dug up a Hawaiian woman and her child and moved her. They buried they dug up the caves and removed the stuff and buried it back over. They lost, a petroglyph. All kinds of things happened. But no more. Now we know. Thanks to the independent, honorable men coming forward, we know that there are at least 2 historical trails. DNR trails expert Jackson Bauer, Na'ali Hele, came forward with written and in-person testimony and evidence about trails and trail alignments with known trail Makana Makai. National Parks trails expert Rick Grimkin also came forward with testimony concluding that there were trails. Renowned Tom Pahoko Stone appeared as a native direct descendant and expert on previous experience on adjacent trail investigation. And thanks to Tom, we know that the walls classified by the developers as post-contact cattle walls were actually not cattle walls at all. The walls were actually part of an ingenious and sacred system of water diversion on a piece of land that's on a floodplain that's sacred water and essential to the sustainability of the Hawaiian people. We also know that there were trails. He confirmed that as well. Once the facts were known and once we had the facts necessary to make an informed decision and fair decision, the reviewing governmental bodies began to do the right thing. The PONC recognized the trails and natural resources as substantial and worthy of expenditure of county funds to ensure preservation of significant natural resources and added it to its list of properties eligible for county purchase at market value, allowing this developer to exit with his profit. The Hawaii County Resources Commission, unanimously and unequivocally concluded the CRC opinion of this project impact to historical assets is that this project will likely have a substantial impact on historical assets and recommended entire preservation of the entire site in perpetuity. We can blame our predecessors or your predecessors for failing to stop society from erasing Hawaiian culture from our landscape. But now we know history will bear out our complicity if we don't act on the true facts and protect our Aina from being erased from the landscape. Yes, there are other issues relevant to this hearing. All the agreements and approvals expired years ago. This project was purchased.
So please summarize.
I am. Thank you, sir. This project began 40-some years ago. This developer came into it late. Everything's expired in this thing, but it goes on and it goes on and it goes on. And my wife and I and all these people have attended so many meetings over Christmas and holidays, and it just keeps going. They abandoned the use. They reverted to cattle on the property, which is the agricultural use that was originally there, when this in fact allows you to say that it should revert to the original use. Bottom line, you have the necessary facts to act appropriately, and we cannot let this project go forward this way. We know now. You know now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please remain for questions.
Okay.
Petitioner, any questions?
Not likely.
Darren Arai for the petitioner, no questions.
Thank you. County, any questions?
Michelle On, we don't have any questions for this
Thank you.
testifier.
State, any questions?
Allison Cato, no questions. Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions for this witness? Thank you very much. You may go now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Kwan, who is number 2?
We have Diane Blanket Maddock.
Aloha, my name is Diane Blansett Maddock.
Ms. Maddow, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
Great. Please proceed. You have 3 minutes.
Well, you know, that's my husband, so we live in the same house. And I'm the other half of the Blansett Maddocks. The preservation of the cultural and historical significance of this Aina cannot be minimized. One can only imagine the cultural and historical artifacts and structures that will be discovered when and if the stewards have access to the entire 70 acres and the trails are accessible. Already there are maps outlining 2 historical trails, one on the north side of the property and one on the south side. The site is already on the Hawaii County PONC list, which places the county in the position to negotiate a purchase price for this Aina for preservation of all. As noted, the site has not been in compliance for development since, I believe, 2012. So that's over 12 years ago. They have not been in compliance. In addition, please consider the state's generated flood watershed maps that cover and converge on this site, bringing into question the soundness of any developing or building on this site with all that water swooshing down. You are in a position to preserve this Aina for our culture and historical appreciation into the future and support the recommendation of the County PONC Commission and the recommendation of the Hawaii County Cultural Resource Commission to preserve this land. And an interesting note is Zendo Kern was part of this development project until he became director of the county planning director. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Please remain for potential questions. Petitioner?
Darren Arai for petitioner, no questions.
Thank you. County of Hawaii?
Michelle On, no questions for this testifier.
Okay, thank you. State,
Allison Cato, no questions. Thank you.
commissioners? No questions. Thank you very much for your time and
Thank you.
for coming forward today. Ms. Kwan, number 3.
We have Mark Van Perns.
Mr. Van Pern, will the testimony you give today be the truth?
Yes,
Please state your name and address, and then you have 3 minutes.
my name is Mark Van Burns. I'm a 40+ year resident of Kona. I live on it at 72-1173 Hawaiʻi Road, Kailua, Kona. I'm a former commissioner of the Kailua Village Design Commission and also a former commissioner of the Leeward Planning Commission. First, let me object to the fact that you're limiting public testimony to 3 minutes when the county and the developers have unlimited time, we can ask some questions either. I hope you read my January 31st letter, and enclosures is full of facts and recommendations. This project is way obsolete, and now they're seeking another 10-year extension. Decades have gone by. They need a new plan that addresses the 300% some population increase in Kona, and the 700 cars their proposed development will deliver. We need stacking lanes and turn lanes, and they need to address this problem. As you have and will see, this project is universally opposed by local population. Remember, you represent the community, not here to develop or to aid developers in selling the project and making money. A new plan is needed. Let me say that the project should be redone, to say the least. The problems on Kukini, which is a major state highway, which will service the project, is already at certain times standstill traffic jams. Even emergency vehicles can't get through. So I ask you to, if you can in any way allow this project to proceed, to put a sunset clause on it, and also to confront these folks. They don't intend to develop this project. It's been sold numerous times for profit, and the county gets nothing. So please,
Please summarize.
I suggest you say no or put on conditions of the sunset clause, or a requirement that there be extinguishment of benefits upon a sale, and a real developer, not these guys, a real developer who's gonna and build and has the ability and desire to do so, that they come before the appropriate agencies with a new plan. You're not here to help them sell the project.
Thank you. Please remain for questions. Petitioner, any questions for this witness?
Darren O'Rifle petitioner, no questions.
Thank you. County, any questions?
Michelle on, no questions.
State, any questions?
Allison Cotta, no questions.
Commissioners, any questions?
One other thing I want to say
1 second, sir.
is that the county planning department and planning director cannot be trusted there in this situation. The project in the past was represented by the planning director, who was their consultant and was a former developer's representative.
That
And
information,
Mr. Darrow and his
Mr.
loyal
Van
staff.
Pers, Mr. Van Pers, I needed to stop you there. That information is on the record. So commissioners, any questions?
They are disqualified, as well as Mr. Kern. That is the law. These are the entire department should be disqualified. And I think that they're as loyal servants of Mr. Kern, planning director, they are mouthing his position. Thank you.
Thank you. Your point of view is understood. You may go now. Commissioner Okuda.
This is not a question, it's a disclosure. Just out of abundance of caution, I'd like to disclose that during my years of practice of law, I've also had cases with Mr. Van Pernis. That knowledge and fact won't affect my decision in this case. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that disclosure. Commissioner Okuda, I'll ask the parties again if they have any objection to Mr. Okuda continuing in light of that forthcoming disclosure. Mr. Rai,
Darren Arai, no objections.
thank you. County,
Michelle On, no objections.
state,
Allison Cotter, no objections.
fellow commissioners, any objection? Seeing none, Commissioner Okuda, you're still stuck with us here today. So, Ms. Kwan, number 4.
Next, we have Renee Inaba.
I thought I was number 9. So there I'm sitting there thinking I have a minute to like soak
Ms.
all this.
Ms.
in.
Inaba, do you swear the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Please state your full name
Okay.
and your current address, and
Okay.
then you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Renee Inaba. My address is 75-6109 Paulahia Street in Kailua, Kona. I just wanted to share a lot. One, I appreciate the disclosure. I wish everybody in the room and related to this project would be as open about things they should be disclosing. I'm not going to call anyone out, but those people I think know who they are in terms of conflicts of interest on the project. I'm not talking about you guys. I think it's important as we're thinking about this. I find myself a little incredulous at the length of time this is taking for everyone to get around this project. The issue is this, that it's been like 40 years. There's been other developers that have tried and decided to pass. So Schuler Homes made a pass. They looked at the property, wasn't buildable. That's what I was told. Horton looked at it, same problems. There's waterway issues, there's cultural issues. It's almost like the land says, no, I'm not going to let you build here. There's a problem with that. And now we know there's a lot of cultural resources, there's endangered species, there's a lot of issues there. These things have been well documented, in what we've presented over the past several years for the PONC, which is willing to proceed with some, conveyance to preserve the property, with what's happened with already Leeward Planning. Leeward Planning sent the issue to the Cultural Resources Commission, which has said, no, this should not go forward. The land should be preserved in perpetuity because of the issues. Now, if you haven't had a chance to look at the testimony that was done for the Cultural Resources Commission meeting that led to their conclusion that there should not be development there, please do. It's really, it's intriguing, it's fascinating, it's educational, and it's really important that we understand what the land means. Once the land's been assaulted, we can't recover that, and that I think is a key issue. The other thing is when you think about development per se, you have these issues of, well, what does it cost you down the road? So they're legacy issues. So legacy can be, in relation to you guys' commission and the others that have looked at this, is it going to be a positive or a negative legacy? Are we going to remember you for, oh my gosh, we have flooding in Kona now because now we've diverted these waterways and whatnot. So
Ms. Inaba, please summarize.
Sure. So I think we just have to focus on what the difference between profiteering and public. And public, when you talk about things in Hawaii, we talk about Malama Pono, Malama the land. We need to Malama Aina. And it's really important to me as a person whose family has been here for many, many generations, and my husband's as well, that I want to share one important thing. We try, I think, as a public to come to you all earnestly about our concerns. And there's so much data that says this isn't a good project to proceed with at all, especially given the time frame. But beyond that, I think that for the developers' profiteering perspective to say about the public that we are a privileged class isn't really fair. I mean, my people were plantation people, worked the
Please
fields.
summarize.
Yes, so we were plantation people. We weren't privileged. We don't live, up the coast. We're not on the Gold Coast. We don't have the fancy houses. We just care about our community. We care about our land, and we care about preserving the culture. So I just ask you to kind of just bear that all in mind. And when you think legacy, think positive in terms of what legacy you want to leave for open space and for cultural preservation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please stay for questions.
Okay, sorry.
Petitioner,
Darren, all right, no questions.
thank you. County,
Michelle on, no questions.
state,
Austin Kato, no question.
commissioners, Commissioner Okuda.
This is Gary Okuda. Thank you, Ms. Inaba, for your testimony. Let me ask this question. And let me preface my question by saying, I personally believe, I'm just talking about myself. I personally believe many times the process that's followed may be as important or maybe more important than the outcome itself. Now, you gave testimony that seems to allege that there are conflicts of interest. Can you state for the record who's in conflict and why?
Oh, I think that it was mentioned in previous testimony, the fact that we have a planning director that's been involved with the developer in the past, and it's not always disclosed in open forums. They commented, I was just referencing back to.
Do you have
their-
personal knowledge of that conflict, or are you relying on testimony that was given in this room today?
No, it's been in evidence in a lot of different hearings that I've been in.
Okay, so you're saying one of the conflicts is the fact that the current planning director, Mr. Kearns, was representing or working for or otherwise doing work or affiliated with the petitioner here. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay, besides that, are there any other conflicts that you are referring to?
Well, I'll put it this way. I think that there's a lot of times when,
Let me interrupt you
Yeah.
because, we want to make sure everyone gets to
Yeah.
testify.
yes,
I'm interested in specific facts which you believe show that specific people are in conflict. So can you name names of anyone else that you allege or claim is in conflict of interest? And by the way, heads up on everybody else. I'll ask the petitioner later to comment on these things.
sure. I think they should. It's just the group, as I understand it, Kern was involved with all of them as a group, as consultant over a number of years. And of course, now in his role as.
Okay, I understand
Yeah.
you named Mr. Kern.
Yes.
Is there anyone else you can name? If I don't hear any other names, I'll assume there are no other names.
Just the other parties that have been involved in the development.
Okay, but okay,
Because they, he was their consultant, so.
okay, I
I
understand.
mean, I think it's incumbent upon them to do what you did, which is to say,
Yeah, I'm
yes, I
just,
have.
again. I'm
Ms.
just
Inaba,
I just don't
for
think it's
names.
my. I
Thank
don't
you.
think-
I have no further questions. I was asking.
yeah,
I was asking
let
for
the
names.
record show the only named person was Mr. Kern. Is that correct? Is that your understanding, Commissioner Okuda?
Yes, that is, and that answers my question.
Thank
I don't need any other explanation. No disrespect, please.
No, not at all. Thank you.
Commissioners, anything further? Thank you, Ms. Inaba.
You're welcome.
Number 5.
Next, we have Joel Gimple.
Say that last name again.
Gimple, Gimpel.
Mr. Gintel, will the testimony you're about to give today be the truth?
Yes,
Would you please state your full name for the record and your current address? And then
Joel Gimple. I live at 75-628 North Maya Lanakila Place in Kailua, Kona, Hawaii.
that's great. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. As a retired attorney, I'll be brief. Sorry for the pun. I strongly
That's a
oppose
that's a
this
conflict of
project.
interest right there.
But I'm retired.
Oh, that makes a difference. Yeah.
My written testimony that I submitted focused on the issues that are being considered by the county's Leeward Planning Commission with respect to the petitioner's application for a 10-year time extension to complete the proposed development. And that testimony that I submitted noted that there are various infrastructure issues such as traffic, water, and issues discovered and outlined by the county's Cultural Resources Commission, which filed a report with the Leeward Planning Commission, but the Leeward Planning Commission has not acted on that report because they haven't met for about 6 months. Their next meeting is scheduled for, I think, at the end of this month, which they might finally get to it. Anyway, the Cultural Resources Commission, after nearly 3 hours, actually 2 3/4 hours of testimony and discussion, unanimously approved motions to recommend to the Leeward Planning Commission that the proposed development will likely have substantial impacts on historical and cultural assets on the subject property, and that the area should be preserved in perpetuity as a historic property. Furthermore, if unfeasible, the report states that further documentation regarding lineal descendants and Kama'aina knowledge of resources and applicants' consultations with the community and plans to have more open space and protect the cultural resources and other property features should be provided. Now, if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Gimbel. Petitioner, any questions?
Darren Arai, no question.
County of Hawaii,
Michelle On, no questions for Mr. Gimbel.
thank you. State,
Sikata, no questions. Thank you.
commissioners. Hearing none, thank you, you are excused.
Thank you, and I hope you could all hear me. I'm speaking very close to the mic.
You've done a great job. Number 6,
Next, we have John Polwell.
Mr. Polo, do you swear the testimony you're going to give today will be the truth?
I do.
Oh, please state your full name and your current address, and then you have 3 minutes for oral testimony.
John Powell, 76434 Kainanau Street, Kailua, Kona.
Please proceed.
The reason we're here is the developers didn't like what they were hearing from the Cultural Resources Commission or the Leeward Planning Commission. They've gone around in runs around everything. Their initial report said there was no endangered species on the property, which is not true. Cultural Resources Commission saw it for their own eyes, and the neighbors always next to this property always have the owls and the Hawaiian hawks. We have horay bats, rearing area there, and the giant moths. That's never been addressed. Also, the drainage.
Sir, this is oral testimony. We're not able to digest or put your exhibits on the record. You could speak to them.
Drainage issues. This property has severe drainage.
Please speak into the microphone.
This property has severe drainage issues, and according to FEMA, a lot of this property, this is the property with the 2 drainage issues, is in the close to the floodplain area and subject to flooding.
Can I clarify whether or not you've submitted written testimony on these issues?
Like, all of this would have been submitted yesterday. My computer was down. I couldn't get it up.
Because it's impossible to get it in now. This is amenable, what you're attempting to do.
All
You
the
could speak to it.
This testimony is also in the record of the Leeward Planning Commission.
Very
If you
well.
want to go back and look at that, you can.
Okay,
Then yesterday, I got a letter from the group that in the developer's testimony that said they were going to get 67 housing units from another development. That's not true. Here's a letter stating it, and it's in today's West Hawaii newspaper. So their credits, as far as I know, they've never built anything. They get the land, tear the land up, get it ready, and sell the building part off to others. They had multiple lots in different subdivisions. They never built a home. They could have made a lot of money building homes and selling them, but they didn't. All they're going to do is take it, destroy the property, and then sell the building part to somebody else. They didn't like the idea that the Leeward Planning Commission was making, if it goes through, making them put the affordable housing on this project. The other thing is, there's a petition out there with over 790 signatures against this property to protect the property. Nobody's against affordable housing. I took a offense to what the developers said that we're against affordable housing. That is the most untrue thing in the world. The problem is anything south of the village is all car traffic. You can't walk to a store and any of that. This other development that's going in by Lowe's, the developer owns supposedly 100 acres up there. He could put this whole project up there and everybody, you could walk, bike to work or whatever. When this original process, they assumed there was going to be businesses in the South Kona area. No, it all went to the village and north. That's where all the traffic is. And
Could you please summarize?
traffic, bumper to bumper, all day long. Ambulances trying to get through the hospital.
Please speak into the microphone.
Here's another picture. So Mr. Van Pernis was right, but the traffic, it's terrible. And I wish all of you would go to Cam 3 and drive it a couple of times in the morning and in the afternoon from Henry Street to Cam 3. In summary, is this land should be protected and the threatened endangered species protected, cultural resources protection, open space and education for gathering of cultural practices. This parcel is listed and priority on the purchase.
Thank
And
you.
that's-
Please stay for questions. Petitioner, questions for this witness?
Darren, Arai, no questions.
County,
Michelle on, no question.
thank you. State, please state.
Allison Casa, no questions.
Commissioners? Okay, thank you.
Can I add one other thing?
You may.
The gentleman at the end, yes, I have personal knowledge. I was at a meeting when the developer exposed his project and Mr. Zindo Kearns was his consultant. I was there.
Thank you. So for everyone's benefit, I'd like to clarify, the chair would like to clarify again, what's going on here from our perspective. First of all, we understand and we sympathize with concerns that are being brought forward by the public testimony and in the written testimony that we've received. However, the LUC no longer has the ability to withdraw its prior approval of this project that started 40 years ago. And the reason for that is that there has been substantial commencement on a portion of the property that was originally approved. Therefore, enforcement of any public concerns lies with in our view, lies with the county. So just want to make that clear to everyone. We understand where you're coming from, but this is not a situation in which we can go back. So somebody's raising their hand, you can provide written testimony if you like and sign up to do that. Pardon me? So, for example, I'm just going to give an example. Enforcement of the conditions that were originally approved in this decision and order by the commission. Enforcement is up to the county. The one aspect of enforcement that the land use commission has is to revert the property back to its original classification. Unfortunately, since there has been substantial development on a portion of the property, that that option is not available to us.
You say there's been.
So I'm gonna leave it there, and now we're gonna return to we're not gonna be taking questions from various portions of the audience. I'm just attempting to clarify the situation as we understand it. So Ms. Kwan, who's the next testifier?
Next, we have Brandon Bush.
Mr. Bush?
Aloha, everyone.
Mr. Bush, we swear that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth.
Yes, and
So-
go ahead.
So please state your full name and your current address, and then you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, Brandon Bush. I live at 74-1477 Haukuni Street in Kona. And I have a personal interest in a property in Kona Vistas as well. And I don't have as much of a testimony as I do just as I learn how this process works and learn more about the history of the development here we're talking about. As a practical matter, most people I've spoken to, traffic seems to be one of the #1 issues that always comes up. And as we've heard from a couple people, that's already a major problem on Kuakini Highway right there. The whole community, including, I mean, if you count everybody who commutes to the businesses and resorts all up the coast, that highway seems woefully inadequate to the present day situation in Kona. And it just seems like a development of this size would dramatically swamp already a very bad bottleneck right there. I travel through that area 3 to 5 times a week, at least, sometimes more. And as soon as you get past Laco Street right there, things generally open up and you can finally get through, but you often sit there for a good 20-30 minutes sometimes. And so that's today's issue. And it seems like a project of this magnitude. What I would like is for maybe somebody to speak to the way the LUC, what kind of coordination is there with traffic engineers? And is there any sort of, like, what are the public resources for information, for community involvement, for questions related to this sort of thing? Because it seems like a cart before the horse kind of situation where a significant problem seems to need to be addressed before more is added to the pressure there. And I have no idea where to turn, who to talk to, who to ask. And so for a matter of public record, it seems like it would be helpful if something could be spoken to in that regard, so people know where to go, know who to talk to, know where to get more information.
Thank you. So hopefully we'll get a little clarity for you as the process goes forward.
Okay.
But for right now, I'm going to turn it for questions to you from the petitioner based on remarks you've put on the record.
Okay.
Petitioner,
Darren or I, no questions.
county,
Michelle On, no questions.
state.
Allison Cotta, no questions.
Thank you, commissioners. Thank you.
Is there just a simple, are there a couple resources that could be pointed out for the record for this meeting? Just,
So let me say, so today it depends on the hearing.
Yeah.
So today's hearing is for information to be shared in terms of a briefing and an update, like what's going on.
right.
The type of information you're seeking also comes up very often if we had a hearing, for example, on acceptance of an environmental impact statement.
Sure.
So an environmental impact statement for a prospective project would come before this commission. And in that, there would be very often testimony on the record and studies and analysis and reports on the record about traffic and traffic conditions
Right.
before, during, and after the project. that is an opportunity for the public and for the commissioners and for all interested parties to interact and comment on what's been put forth by the petitioner with regards to the traffic impacts, whether it could be accepted or not, or whether it's be referred back for further study or not. And eventually that works its way through the process and the project may go forward or not, depending on what's on the record.
Sure.
But today's hearing is not about that.
Understood that. I was just wondering if there was some kind of resource or point of contact that could be mentioned
Well,
on the
you can
record.
go
for the
to
meeting.
to our website and find all the historical records on this project.
Okay,
So Mr.
Fair enough.
Commissioner Ohigashi.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that we were going to be taking a break pretty soon. And that, I'm sure that our representative here, Mr. Derrickson, would be able to informally respond to some of these questions about process and information rather than the commission trying to explain it all. So
Sure.
I would ask that if any further testifiers have any concerns, that they would wait to the break and they can speak informally with our staff as well to understand what is going on today. Thank you.
So I'm going to take a break right now for 10 minutes. It's currently 10:31. We'll come back on the record in 10:41. And this is Mr. Derrickson. If you want to ask him a question during the break, you can find him. Thank you. Okay, we're going back on the record. It is 9:41. Ms. Kwan, will you please call our next public witness?
Next, we have Lamaku Mikahala Roy.
Ms. Roy, please take a seat. This is for oral testimony, not for. Photograph, we'll photograph it and publish it on the record.
Thank you.
So Ms. Roy, please raise your hand. I'm going to swear you in. So the testimony you're about to give today, will it be the truth?
Yes.
You please state your full name, your current address, and then you have 3 minutes for oral testimony.
Lamaku Lauren Mikahala Roy, 78-6822 Kwekini Highway.
Thank you. Please proceed.
The photo, the painting you see before you was done by Mr. Robert Harms, a paraplegic who held the brush in his mouth. In the 80s, this was prepared for my father, David Kitty Hilimona Roy, who restored the first heiau in the islands of Hawaii, in the Pacific, and in the entire world.
Ms. Roy, we appreciate that, but we need you to speak into the microphone so that we can get a transcription of your testimony.
Thank you. The Miracle of Fatima, the Lady of Lourdes, the Song of Bernadette, the Life of Joan d'Arc, the Immaculate Conception, and reserved for last, the birth of Jesus Christ, the Son of God and Savior of all mankind, who gave us the gift of eternal life. These are all great and true events of history that changed the life of people and changed life upon the earth. Here now told is the miracle of Ahu'enaheau Ekamakohonu. The ancestors of Oiwi speak. Prepare your hearts to know that the news you're about to hear adds to this blessed list the miracle of Ahu'enaheau Ekamakohonu.
This news for Hawaii and the world has direct relevance to the Kona Vista application. I am Lamaku Mikahalaroi Kahunanui of Ahu'enaheau at Kamakohonu, Hawaii. I am the daughter of the restorer of Ahu'enaheau, Ali'i David Kili'ihele Mauna Roy Jr. I was named by my father and Akua as Kahu at the time of my father's passing. Now I am one of two in the station of Kamamako Kalama, steadfast and worthy one of two, who serve Akua in the life and care of Ahu'enaheau at Kamakohonu, Hawaii. A County of Hawaii proclamation attached pays tribute to my parents, especially my mother, presented at her community memorial service, and tells the Kauoha divine guidance of Akua and the ancestors of Oiwi at Kamakohonu. Kamakohonu is the first capital of the Kingdom of Hawaii, unified by Kamehameha the Great. Kamehameha Ahu'enaheau was the personal temple of Kamehameha the First. Ahu'enaheau is the first and only temple restored in Hawaii. The Pacific and upon the earth, as Pope Francis of the Catholic Church represents and teaches the virtues of his faith. I am the first Lamaku, standing torch of Pacific people of the modern era, chosen to serve Akua from the ancestors of Oiwi. I learn and teach of the first faith of Oiwi in the Pacific. By this letter attached that you've received, the ancestors truthfully tell of the most sacred history Hawaii and all of earth may ever hear. Before we were named Hawaii, our islands were known as Kaluokalani, the second heaven. Pu'uokaluokalani means the heart of the second heaven. And it is in this realm that this proposed development is located. For this reason, this development cannot be built here. By the ancestors of Oiwi, divine creator of heaven and earth, now calls for a moratorium of construction upon the lands known as Pu'uokaluokalani that span 40 miles from Kalokohonokohau in the north to Honaunau in the south. This sacred order is made for the best and most sacred of reasons, for the life of the planet and all life upon the planet. The ancestors tell us that Akua teaches us here. Here is Keaulama, the era of light, where Akua plans to heal the planet and all life upon the planet. The protection, veneration, and safekeeping of these lands are necessary for the life of Akua's plans. Can mankind do this? Will this call for new thinking, new considerations of the US and all countries to orchestrate the wisdom of divine creator for the good of all mankind and the planet? Yes. Akua calls for the restoration of the kingdom of Hawaii, as Akua calls for the creation of the kingdom of God upon the planet, beginning in Kaluokalani. At the very least, beginning today, you are called to see that something truly sacred, very historic to Hawaii and to all the earth, something life-changing for Hawaii and the world is happening. This is being brought to you by the decision you're called to make. You are in your seat. As the juror you are today, for you've taken an oath to Akua to serve here. Say no to the Kona Vistas development and yes to obedience to Akua Mana Mana Loa, Most High God, to honor the miracle of Ahu'enaheau at Kamakohonu. In 1858,
Can you please,
France saw the
please
lady.
summarize? Please
Yes.
Summarize.
In 1858, France saw Our Lady of Lourdes, the beautiful story of the Song of Bernadette. In May of 1917 in Portugal, the miracle of Fatima took place. I bring to you in 2010 the emergence of the miraculous coming forward of the voices of the ancestors at Kamakohonu for the world. Gracious members of the LUC, mostly from the island of Oahu, welcome. You have now heard a magnanimous update on this project and why this and other projects in 40-mile area represents God's desire by way of the ancestors of Oiwi at Kamakohonu.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please stay for questions. Petitioner,
Darren Arai, no questions.
thank you. County,
Michelle An, county has no questions for Ms. Roy.
state,
Allison Cato, no questions.
fellow commissioners. Commissioner Okuda.
This is Gary Okuda. Thank you, Ms. Roy, for your testimony. What is the distance from the heiau that you are custodian of to the project?
You might be very interested to know that by God, the parameters of Ahu'ena Heiau now expand to 40 miles.
Okay, but let's take because this is an important question for me on one topic. What's the from the footprint that Western property deeds might indicate, what's the approximate distance from the heiau to this project?
I would have to ask your land managers to give you an accurate number of miles if you'd like to know the mileage.
Yeah, your estimate would be fine because you live in the area. What's your estimate, your best estimate?
We are talking about the lands between, right in the middle of a 40-mile expanse. So we're certainly talking about 10 miles.
Okay, 10 miles. That's good.
Yeah.
I'm asking the next question in the context of this recent Hawaii Supreme Court case called Flores-Case Ohana versus University of Hawaii. It's found at volume 153 of the Hawaii Reports, page 76, specifically page 84. The Pacific Third citation is 526 Pacific Third 601. That's the Hawaii Supreme Court case, which says that, and I quote, an agency action must be preceded by consideration of Native Hawaiian traditional and customary rights. And that statement is part of the Hawaii Supreme Court saying that government agencies like the Land Use Commission have a duty to inquire and protect with respect to the items that are protected by Article 12 of the Hawaii State Constitution. That comes out of the case Kapa'akai versus Land Use Commission, found at 94 Hawaii 31, which is a 2000 Hawaii Supreme Court case. Has anyone from the developer ever contacted you or members of your family or any other custodians of the heiau to ask you for your input on what the effect of this development would be on the heiau or any of the cultural resources for which the heiau is involved with or related to?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. No further questions.
I want to thank you, Ms. Roy, for answering a yes or no question with a yes or a no. No, the question is pretty long.
Yeah, I apologize for the long question, but I want to put it in context. Thank you very
Perfect.
much.
Yeah, that's the way it's supposed to work. Ms. Kwan, who's next?
Janice Kerr.
Oh, pardon me. Yep.
Janice Kerr.
Is that Kerr or Kern?
Aloha, it's Kerr. Janice Kerr, 76-4320 Leilani.
You're way ahead of me. Ms.
Oh.
Kerr, do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
So please state your full name and your current address, and then you have 3 minutes.
Okay, Janice Kerr, 76-4320 Leilani Street, Kailua, Kona, Hawaii, 96740. I'd like to start by quoting from the 23-page report that Kona Vistas KV3 submitted on January 30th, 2024 to your commission. KV3 states, quote, "There's a housing shortage, particularly for the working class and economically challenged," close quotes. And yet no affordable housing units are being built in this project. Number two, KV3 states, quote, "Today there's a shortage of infrastructure, mainly roads and sewer systems. The subject property is one of few that has sufficient infrastructure," close quotes. Well, we all know that's not true. It is a fact that the subject property does not have adequate infrastructure, a fact supported by many years of extensive general news reporting, photos, years of testimony to Hawaii government councils, commissions, and agencies. Check the map. The KV3 property borders Queen K Highway. It's gridlocked 12 hours a day, every day of the week, as are the alternative routes. Queen K is a state highway, and the state controls the improvements, not KV3 or Hawaii County. KV3 does not have the ability to add other roads, police, fire, emergency services, hospitals, doctors, nurses, teachers, schools, and on, or increase the number of workers maintaining county beaches, parks, or control the number of residents and tourists who use county and state-owned recreation either. That is all a part of our infrastructure. KV3 then complains about the opposition to their project, who have continued for so many years to oppose this, calling us the privileged class. We are not the privileged class, and I think it's rather rude coming from privileged, wealthy men behind KB3. And it is a direct quote. You can look at the report. Regarding KB3 reference to sewers, there is not one home, one residence in Kona Vista that is on sewer. So I don't know where that comes from. But we shouldn't be surprised that some of these things are misleading in their report. They have a history of false claims regarding this development. They misled the County Council and the Cultural Resources Commission recently by intentionally submitting a report to the CRC with survey results from a completely different parcel of land that is not even within the boundaries of this project. They commissioned a survey on a parcel of land that is east of their development area and then reported, quote, no significant findings, when in fact there are, as we have heard, cultural and archaeologically significant features on this land. Okay, so now it's 2024. The population of the area is, I don't know, 30,000, 35,000. Also, if you look at the population counts that they displayed in their paperwork that they submitted, they put the wrong population for the 2020 census. Don't know if it's an error or just a continuation of ways to mislead people.
Ms. Kerr, I need to ask you to summarize.
Okay, I will. So all the conditions that made this development viable 40 years ago have changed and are irrelevant, including all the government foibles. Only two things have not changed over the past 40 years. Number one, the cultural and archaeological importance of the property. And number two, the invaluable West Hawaii floodplain in which the property is located. Thank you.
Thank you. Please remain for questions. Petitioner, questions?
Darren Orion, no questions for the testifier.
Thank you. County?
Michelle On, no questions.
Thank you. State?
Allison Cato, no questions.
Thank you. Commissioners? Thank you, Ms. Kerr. I appreciate you.
Thank
coming
you.
forward. Ms. Kwan?
Next, we have Douglas. What he said.
He's gonna he's gonna restate it very slowly into the microphone for the record. Probably spell it too. Please state your name and then I'll
Douglas.
swear you in.
Douglas Chahovich, P.O. Box 1452, Kailua, Kona, part-time resident.
Let's start over. So let me ask you to state your name and spell your last name.
Oh, okay, Doug Chahovich, CICHOWICZ, P.O. Box 1452, Kailua, Kona, part-time resident.
Thank you. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
Please proceed. You have 3 minutes.
First off, I'm going to assume, I want to thank you guys for being here. I enjoy coming to these because it opens up eyes to all developments and stuff on the Hawaiian Islands. But I'm going to assume the panel's read the 23-page report and seen the photos. I'm going to assume. And I'm going to assume some of you know where the property is. I don't know if you walked it, seen it, drove by it. Anyway, my big concerns are, because I'm looking at buying some property down below the highway. I got friends that live down there, and when there's a major rain, that drainage that's there, they got to put sandbags up, and it's flooding their places. I mean, on some of these storms, and I'm thinking, okay, so if I buy something below there, I might get flooded, If I buy something up above it, am I gonna be the cause of flooding it? And down the road, will this development get sued from the people below because it was developed up there and the watershed will be permeated, soils will be compromised because of all the pavement. So will that upper development have to, because I'm in Tahoe part of the time, you have to keep all the water on your property, so they don't want it going into the lake. So I'm assuming up there, are they going to be having to stop the flow going down into the ocean, which causes issues down there in the ocean? Because I swim in the ocean all the time. But anyway, so my question too is this going to cause major issues for the people down below? Because I see it does over on some of the other islands, the flooding. But anyway, if you guys are successful with this, I want to buy 11 lots. One for a helicopter pad, because I know the damn emergency vehicle will not be able to get up there because of the traffic. But the others, I want good views because I got friends and family that want a nice Hawaiian lot. Richard, nice to see you. But I am concerned about the water rights because when they start sucking more water out of the ground, there's less fresh water going in the ocean, which causes issues with the water down there. And I was kind of confused about some of the stuff on this report that doesn't seem to make sense. But then again, I always look at two because I'm probably getting close to my 3 minutes.
You are, yeah, please summarize.
Okay, I got to thank where'd she go? The lady from
Please,
the
please
Hawaiian.
speak in.
The Hawaiian lady, she left. But anyway, I appreciate her coming to these and doing her ceremony. But I'm thinking of why, if there's a big issue with the Hawaiian people developing this, if they can stop a big flipping telescope, they sure as hell can stop a couple guys from developing in a floodplain. Hallelujah. Anyway, nice to see everybody.
Thank you. Please remain first.
Wait, one other thing. These guys are getting old. I'm surprised they just donate the
Enough,
land.
enough, sir. Thank you. Please remain for questions. Mr. Arai.
Darren or I, no question.
Thank you. County,
Michelle An, no questions.
state,
Allison Cato, no questions.
commissioners. Okay, thank you, sir.
Darn, I was hoping for questions. Thank you, guys.
Last, we have Craig Bo Kahui.
The air? Yeah. Oh, good. Mr. Bolt, could you please state your name for the record?
Aloha, my name is Bo Kahui. And my address is 745146 Haleolono Place. I live a block away at the Villages of Laiupo Homestead.
Mr. Kahui, will the testimony you're going to give today be the truth?
The only truth.
Thank you. Please proceed.
I'm here today in support of affordable housing. I'm a native Hawaiian as defined in the Hawaiian Commission Act of 1920. Since 1920, they built something approximately over 20,000 units. 29,000 people of our people are still waiting for affordable housing. We are the natives waiting for housing. I'm perplexed by the discussion about what we should do about providing housing for our people. And not just Native Hawaiian, but for our kama'aina, our kamali'i. What are we to do? Our workforce. Many of our people are leaving because we cannot provide affordable housing. I've been a strong advocate of the historical preservation of our properties. But sometimes we weigh that over the need to protect our families to stay home. It's important that that we understand the global picture about how it's affecting our people and our kamali'i. Just before this hearing, I went to Kuakini Heights Affordable Housing. At the county council, a resolution to provide exemption for Kuakini Heights. Yeah. 100 units for our kupuna and our kikis. Why is that important? Well, because we don't have affordable housing in Kona. Hawaiian Homes is supposed to be affordable housing, but they cannot build them fast enough for our people. So I come to these hearings and I tell everybody, we need affordable housing, not just for the Kama'aina, not just for the Kamali'i, but what about our native people? Not all of our Hawaiians qualified to go to the homestead for various reasons. They make too much money, or they choose not to. Something about stigma. So I'm here to employ the Land Use Commission when looking at the decisions about this particular a petition and the petitioner's request, that there's a far greater issue at here than some of the arguments that were made. Because I can tell you, as a native Hawaiian, we need housing. We need help. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pahui. I think I have that correct. Is it Pahui?
Kahui.
Kahui.
That's the short version.
My apologies for getting it incorrect, Mr. Kahui. Mr. Arai, you have questions for this witness?
Darren or I have no questions of the.
Thank you, County,
Michelle An, no questions for Mr. Kahui.
State,
Allison Cotta, no questions. Thank you.
Commissioners? Commissioner Okuda.
Mr. Kahui, thank you very much for your testimony. At least me, I hear what you're saying. One of the issues that I promise to ask when this proceeding continues is why the affordable housing promise, which was ordered by the Land Use Commission decades ago, hasn't been built. And you heard a little bit of an explanation how our hands are a little bit tied by a number of Hawaii Supreme Court decisions, but we still have the right to ask the question, after all these decades, and after the landowner and successors getting the benefit of a rezoning to urban, which gives value to the property, how come we don't see the promised affordable housing? So I assure you, your concerns will be raised later on in questions, and it's a little heads up to everybody to be able to explain, why after all these decades, we don't see affordable housing. Thank you.
Was that a question or?
No, it's not a question. It's a statement. Commissioner Carr Smith.
I just wanted to thank you both for providing another point of view. I appreciate that. And we all know that this process is not a simple one. And I'm sure we'll be hearing more about hopefully how housing can be provided. But I wanted to thank you both. Thanks.
Yeah, the chair wants to express his appreciation for all of the testimony today. And let me remind you that after we hear from the parties today, any of you can come forward for a second opportunity to weigh in based on new information you may hear. And let the chair also go on record saying that he agrees with Commissioner Okuda. The number one question on my mind is where's the affordable housing that was promised? Thank you. So that concludes the public testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anybody who did not sign up that now wants and has not come forward already that wants to testify at this time publicly? The chair will recognize you. Please come in and state your name.
Good morning. My name is Hiram Rivera.
Mr. Rivera, will the testimony you're about to give be the truth?
Yes.
So state your full name again and your current address, and then you've got 3 minutes to say what you like.
Yeah, my name is Hiram Rivera. I'm a lifelong resident here in Kona. My address is 744932E Mamaloa Highway.
Please proceed.
Yes, I just want to comment on this procedure, and I know the Land Use Commission has spent the last 30 years approving this and moving forward. And the question is that, why isn't affordable built? And that question, I assume, will be answered as we go along further today.
It will be asked. I'm
Yeah.
not sure it'll be fully answered, but we will certainly ask.
Well, but what I want you guys to consider is we spent 30 years trying to get location for housing. And I don't, I agree with Bo, but at times I don't agree. I don't agree that we all need assisted housing, that we all Hawaiians that are broke. We're not all of us. But those who are needs help. My concern is the young kids, no place to go. If we deny this project from moving forward, then we deny 30 years of land development or land that is earmarked for this type of housing goes away. So we start another 20 or 30 years looking for property. So we got to really consider that, what happens there. The other thing I want you guys to consider is we, as far as the archaeological, that there is mechanisms in place that has to qualify that. Drainage, they have all the FEMA maps, they have to do all these things. They just cannot just do what they want. So they are controlled by all different entities. But my biggest concern is that we are protecting everything that is Hawaiian. And we're supposed to. We mandate to do that by law. But we are not protecting the Hawaiian. He's moving out of our state. We need to protect the Hawaiian. We need to protect the kids that graduate from school that can start a family in an affordable unit and move on in their life and buy homes. So I just want you to look at that from that perspective. So I appreciate.
Thank you very much. Petitioner, Mr. Rai, do you have any questions for this witness?
Darren Arai, no questions of the
Thank you.
testifier.
County,
Michelle An, no questions for Mr. Rivera.
state,
Allison Cato, no questions. Thank you.
thank you. Commissioners? Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Thank you for your time. So now we're going to move to the petitioner for their status. Can you give us a general indication of how much time you need for your presentation?
Darren Arai for the petitioner, probably no more than 10 minutes.
Okay. So, please proceed.
Oh. Good morning, commissioners. I just wanted to first orient you with the location of the property in case you're not familiar. Looking at the screens off to your right, on the bottom you'll see the project site outlined in red. That comprises approximately just under 69 acres of land. On the bottom below the project site outlined in red is Kona Vistas subdivision, which comprises 215 single-family residential lots. And I should note that Kona Vistas was part of the same lands that was covered by the decision and order that's before you today. So combined, you're looking at about 174 acres. Kona Vistas is about 103 acres. And again, the project site is just under 69 acres. To the north or above the project site is Polani Estates, another single-family residential development. So with the project site being situated between existing Kona Vistas and existing Polani Estates, the project itself will provide for future interconnectivity between these two subdivisions. And that is Those roadway systems are expressed within the Kona Community Development Plan. And if you need to look at a rendering, we have it off to the left of the screens. I'm sorry, Queen Kahumanu Highway is on the left and Mauka is on the right. Thank you, sorry about that. And again, the project will migrate, consists of 450 multiple family residential units in structures that are like duplex, fourplex, and sixplex facilities. As others have mentioned during this proceedings, you're looking at a process that has covered the span of almost 4 decades with the adoption of the original DNO back in 1984. The original petitioner was Gamlon and subsequently Gamrick. They spent 23 years developing the existing Kona Vistas subdivision, which now, as I mentioned, comprises 215 single-family residential lots. The current petitioner, Kona 3 LLC, has purchased the subject property at the end of 2015 and has spent the last 8 years trying to in proceedings related to an extension of time to the zoning ordinance that was approved within 6 months after the original DNO was issued in 1984. The residents of Kona Vista, some of them who have testified today, is actually parts of increment 1 and increment 2 that's covered by the decision and order. And they have spent the last at least 2 decades enjoying the experience of single-family home ownership in this area. The petitioner simply wishes to fulfill what was promised 40 years ago, which is to create or establish a mixed residential community within this particular section of Kona. The Royal Vistas project will provide 450 multiple family residential units for those who cannot afford single family residential homes like you experience in Kona Vistas or in Pulani Estates. I should also note that this project, based on the condition A within the DNO that requires a 10% allocation of affordable housing units, and the petitioner is anticipating a 20% allocation based on the county's affordable housing code. You could be looking up to 112 affordable units being provided in conjunction with this project. Now, I want to stay focused on the purpose that we're here today, which is this is a status meeting. So if you don't mind me looking more directly at my notes, I wanted to briefly go over what the applicant, the petitioner has accomplished over the years since its acquisition at the end of 2015. And that includes completing improvements to the Holualoa drainage way as required by the county, completed dedication to the county of roadway sections within Kona Vistas subdivision, secured an SMA permit and FEMA CLOMAR, which is conditional letter of map revision for drainage improvements associated with a 12-acre site that was intended to be utilized for affordable housing. And if you look back, and I apologize, if you look back to the site map, off to your left, you see a lighter orange outlined piece of land. That is the 12 acres that the petitioner actually purchased with the intention of using that site for affordable housing. The petitioner also conducted a new archaeological inventory survey of a former school site located on the Mauka portion of the project site that was no longer being pursued by Hawaii Preparatory Academy as their facility. Also, they prepared a Chapter 343 compliant environmental assessment with a planning department issuing a finding of no significant impact in September of 2021. That process alone, the EA process, took about 2 years to navigate through that proceeding. Within the EA that was accepted by the planning department, a updated TIAR was prepared, biological survey was prepared, a control impact assessment was provided or prepared. SHPE also approved the archaeological inventory survey as well as the associated preservation plans. During the preparation of the EA, there was also consultation with residents within Kona Vistas. And I should note for the record that the EA and the issuance of the FONSI was not appealed by anyone. The petitioner continues to work with Office of Housing and Community Development to satisfy its affordable housing obligations, resulting in 2 agreements that we anticipate will need to be replaced should the applicant be successful in securing a time extension from the county to its zoning ordinance. So let's see. I should also note that last year, the petitioner spent about half of that year in proceedings before the Cultural Resource Commission as part of the proceedings for the time extension that was being heard by the Leeward Planning Commission. The request for the time extension was submitted in June of 2002, and we are still in process, and we're hoping that we can conclude that process by the end of this year. So with that, the status report that, and I apologize, it was submitted to you just yesterday or at least in the last 2 days, but it focused in addressing the 2 questions that were highlighted to the petitioner by the LUC staff, and that is regarding the status of condition A regarding affordable housing, and also regarding the total housing unit allocation that was originally represented in the decision and order. So with that, I should note that condition A was satisfied back in 1993 upon redistricting of increment 2 of this particular project. And also a new agreement was put into place as recently as 2021. So the applicant has made, the petitioner has made sincere efforts to satisfy its affordable housing obligation. And as I mentioned, the petitioner is also anticipating that these agreements, affordable housing agreements, will ultimately need to be amended, because we anticipate that should the time extension be granted, the county will compel the petitioner to comply with its affordable housing requirement, which currently sits at 20%. And finally, regarding the original housing allotment, representations that the project comprises a total, both Kona Vistas and Royal Vistas project, of 690 units. That was represented as far back as 1984 in records and during proceedings before the Land Use Commission. So we believe that the current project is consistent with representations made before the Land Use Commission. So with that, hopefully that was concise enough, but with that, the Kona 3 team stands ready to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Arai. Let me open it to questions from the commissioners. Commissioner,
Dan, I was just wondering, they haven't bought the 12-acre parcel to the, there's under discussion whether they're gonna get such 12 acres.
Darren Arai, the property has been purchased by the petitioner, and they still retain ownership of that property.
Oh,
so it's kind of interesting that you have a petitioner that has various opportunities available at its disposal to satisfy its affordable housing obligations, whether it's off-site at this 12-acre parcel, on-site, or even the use of credits as allowed by the county's housing code.
commissioners, Commissioner Okuda.
This is Gary Okuda. Maybe I'm a little bit confused. How many affordable housing units are planned to be built? Can you tell us that right now?
Kona Vista, which consists of 215 lots, was compelled to provide 10%, which is 22 lots for affordable housing. those units or those lots were never provided or constructed by the original petitioner. Kona 3, the current petitioner, is willing to assume that prior unfulfilled obligation, as well as the obligations under condition A that will fall upon them. So that will equate to 67 units, 67 affordable housing units that is obligated on the petitioner.
Yeah, and not to mince words here, and you can consult with Mr. Matsukawa, but you know, the obligation to build affordable housing, that's not something that the current owner just, you know, graciously assumes. It's a condition that runs with the land, meaning it's basically an encumbrance on title. You agree?
Agree.
Okay, so just so that I'm clear, when everything is done, and I'm gonna ask then, when is everything gonna be done? But when everything is done, whenever that date rolls around, how many affordable housing units are we going to have? Can you tell us, or you can't tell us now?
Based on the current concept of 450 units, in addition to the obligations under the 215 unit Kona Vistas, we're looking at 67 units
Okay,
that is required.
okay, so is is your client committing itself to build 67 units? And the reason, let me tell you where my mind is at. You tell me whether my mind is crazy or not. But see, I don't want to get into this amorphous area about, oh, but we got these housing credits that are floating around, and next thing I know, a bunch of people are indicted by the federal grand jury in Honolulu. Yeah. So I want to know, is your client committed to building the 67 units, or we don't have that commitment at this point in time?
The best Darren Arai, the best response I can offer you at this time, Commissioner Okuda, is that the obligation sits at 10% currently as expressed by condition A. In order to the actual number of affordable units to be constructed is dependent on the number of total units they are actually able to successfully place upon the land. And they still have to go through the entire process of site engineering, grading, drainage improvements, utility improvement. All of these things could have an ultimate effect on the actual number of units that gets placed on the ground, but it is that number that gets placed on the ground that ultimately determine the quantity of affordable units to be assessed upon them based on the current 10% under condition A. Hopefully that clarifies it.
Yeah, so in other words, right now, all of us in the room now, we're really just speculating on the ultimate number of affordable housing units, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and we're really speculating, or to use plain English, we're just guessing when this speculative number might or might not be constructed, correct?
That is correct.
And what assurance, since we've waited like 40 years, I'm using the collective we for the Land Use Commission, what assurance that 20 years from now, whoever takes our place on the Land Use Commission, assuming we're not abolished by then, you know, that the community is going to still see the same situation, except it's going to be with a new owner who comes in and gives commitments that, oh, we're gonna make this thing right. Yeah, it took 50 years, 60 years, but this time around, we're gonna do it right. What assurances does the community or the commission have that we're really gonna see any of this housing?
Darren Arai, the only assurance I can probably give you is that nothing will happen if the entitlements are not retained in place to allow this project to proceed forward.
So in other words, the bottom line here, just to speak frankly, is we're just gonna have to trust you folks. That's really what this comes down to, right?
That I think that is a compelling question because obviously, securing the necessary land use entitlements is one of the initial steps one must take in order to try to stand up a project. A developer once told me years ago, that proceedings before the government probably represents this much, and I'm just showing a small little gap between my fingers. The stuff that happens behind the scenes is huge. The financing, the discussions with insurance companies, working with lenders, doing the engineering, dealing with the archaeological, all of that happens after the basic entitlements are put into place. The petitioner is simply asking for the opportunity to pursue that path. And again, they're hoping they can be successful in accomplishing this project. It took the previous petitioner 23 years to stand up the 215 lots in Kona Vistas. 23 years. The petitioner before you today has now been before the county for a total of 8 years, trying to get a 10-year time extension. Kind of awkward, but it kind of puts things in proper perspective, I think.
So this delay is the county's fault?
I'm not saying it's the county's fault. I'm saying that's the process. The process of studies, engineering, hearings, addressing community concerns, going back to hearings, it's all about process, and process takes time. But they're trying to do the right thing in the right way, and it's just taking a lot of time. By the way, I'm well aware that I'm getting crossed by an attorney, so I think there's a point where I'm trying my best, but
Well,
yeah.
I'd like to blame your counsel, Mr. Matsukawa, that I did listen to him when he was telling me what to look for when I'm on the commission, so.
So I can blame him then?
Yeah, you can blame,
Okay.
yeah, you can blame him. Well, you know, maybe Mr. Matsukawa, because I do respect him a lot. You know, Mr. Matsukawa, I mean, what are we to do on the commission where we seem to have these cases where applicants, landowners make these promises to the community and we don't see compliance? I know one of the former commissioners, Don Chang, started suggesting, she's head of DLNR now, that maybe the applicant should be required to post a performance bond so that if infrastructure is not put in, you know, we go to the bonding company, make the bonding company go and pay for it. Or if the affordable housing is not put in, we go to the bonding company, make the bonding company put in. I mean, what do we do to make sure that promises to the community and to the commission are kept? What do we do?
Mike Matsukawa, as a public citizen, I think I can say some of the land use statutes may need to be re-examined to give both the certainty to the developer and the landowner and the certainty to the public. Justice Eddings just recently wrote in the Honua power plant case in Hamakua that maybe what was good before is no longer good today. And I was kind of stunned that a Supreme Court justice would have penned such a sentence at the end of an opinion dealing with an important issue of energy for the Big Island. But I think he must have taken a good observation that perhaps what worked 40 years ago maybe doesn't work well today. But in the world of law, you have vested rights, you have statutes, you have processes that Mr. Rice spoke to that tries to protect the public and the landowner at the same time.
Yeah, well, okay, let me,
you know,
I don't mean to cut you
yeah.
short. Maybe my more specific question is, what should the Land Use Commission have done in the last 40 years? Or what did the Land Use Commission do in the last 40 years which hindered or prevented the development of this affordable housing?
I can only say this much, I wasn't around at the time when Mr. Gamo or Mr. Kashiwa was around, or when the Texas Hui was around. But I think there was a key moment when the RS lots, the single family lots, were fully developed and sold. And looking around, the Kona Vista homes are up. The affordable housing wasn't up. And that moment somehow came and went. That was the magic moment. Like, where is the affordable housing? 10% of 215, houses already sold. That 10% was gone.
Yeah.
Should have been on the ground.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah,
Kokura, can I just follow up on that part?
that's okay.
That's what I was concerned
Commissioner
about.
Higashi, you have the floor.
That's what I was concerned about. It seems to me that there is an obligation of 22 houses right there, right now, this minute. And has the county in any manner tried to enforce the building of 22 houses? 22. Have you
That part,
entered discussions into whether or not it should be built or not? Because that's your obligation right now, this minute, isn't it?
that's correct. And all the homes in the RS section have deed covenants, that their properties are subject to the 21.5 homes being produced.
Well, I'm gonna
No.
just guess it round up to 22, so.
Yeah, I'm sure, 22. I'm sorry, yeah. But I don't know the answer because I wasn't around at the time, and some of the players involved are all gone now.
Well, perhaps, wouldn't it, at this point in time, wouldn't it be on good faith that your company or your client offered to build 22 to satisfy an existing condition or requirement that you have?
They had
Is
that.
it up?
Yeah.
And has that been nixed by the county, or has that been offered, or has any progress or anything been done about that?
Yeah, there was a contract to do the housing on the 12-acre parcel that lies directly across the highway. But then the agreement was canceled by the county housing office.
And
So we're back to square one, they wanted to build it there.
so to satisfy your agreements and your condition, you were to build the 22 houses on this additional plot under an agreement with the county, and then they canceled that.
That's my understanding.
Okay, and that would be very frustrating if I was a developer, wouldn't it?
Yes, it certainly has.
And
been.
the second thing is, this offsite lot that you're talking about, does that have all the entitlements
Yes.
necessary to build?
Yes,
Okay, so, irrespective of whether or not you use that lot or not, that lot can be developed in accordance to whatever entitlements it does, and we can lose that for, low-income housing. Is that right? In other words, you can build whatever you can build on the.
oh, yes,
12 acre lot,
yes,
right?
yes.
Mhm.
There's
So-
I
so-
think the SMA permit was obtained some time ago, and the FEMA, Lomar was also, I think it's obtained, right? Still in hand.
And just one further question, Mr. Kura, Commissioner Kura, if I may. From what I understand then, is that this figure of 66, 67 is based upon the 10%. But from what I understand is that the county
Has a
is,
20%.
would, as a condition of extending your zoning, would probably require 20%. Is that
That's
right?
correct. That's correct.
And So this is the situation now. 22, you gotta do.
For the
Six-
R, yes, for
Yeah,
the, for the single.
66 total, 67 total, if you follow the 10%. And maybe double all of that, which comes up to about 100, 130 somewhat homes, if they grant you that extension.
I
Right.
think Mr. Arai could probably do the math better than I can.
Yes, but I'm just giving
Yeah,
you, I'm
yeah.
just giving you a roundabout. I'm just trying to sum up in my mind what's going on. Right? And the last question that I would have on this is, which will probably refer me to the county, is how long will it take us to get that extension?
Darren, all right, I'll defer that last question, but regarding the units, and if Mr. Matsukawa jumps in if I'm not seeing things the right way, but the 22 units that was an obligation by the previous petitioner who actually developed Kona Vistas.
It's yours now.
Well, that's what I need to get clear in my head, because Kona 3, the current petitioner, their lands are within increment 1. But the 22 units was actually based on the development of the single family residential site in Kona Vistas. The current petitioner's proposal only affects the multiple family site, which is 450 units. Kona 3 is willing to assume the unfulfilled responsibility of
I'm
the
sorry,
previous
Your
petitioner.
counsel just said it's your obligation.
Okay, well, I
Okay,
just
so
wanna,
I'm not sure what you're trying to
yeah,
do.
yeah, well, I'm just trying.
My question was more in terms of what are you required to build?
Yeah,
When are you gonna do it?
okay,
And
Okay.
under these different circumstances. That's all I wanted to. Thank you very much.
okay, thanks.
Commissioner Kuda, back to you.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna go over what Commissioner Ohigashi did because that was a good completion of my questions regarding that. Maybe Mr. Matsukawa can also answer these. These are more procedural questions. But Mr. Matsukawa, do you agree that before the Land Use Commission can take any further action on anything, extension or anything else regarding this project, there has to be the Land Use Commission must comply at that point in time with the Kapa'akai versus Land Use Commission standards? In other words, the Flores case, Ohana versus University of Hawaii case says that before we take any action, before we act, we at that point have to be sure that we have carried out our duties under Kapa'akai.
Yeah, the Supreme Court's decision basically says that.
Okay. At this point in time, does the developer have, in your opinion, a study which complies with the requirements of the Kapa'akai case to the extent where that information can be presented in complete form to the Land Use Commission, or does the information or study by the developer have to be updated?
No, it's all finished already. It was finished before the application for the time extension was made. It's just that the way it came in, it's a consolidation of several different parts. Some parts are in the EA, some parts are in a separate study, et cetera. So the work has been done, and the Planning Commission was given the information on the Kapa'akai.
Okay, Kapa'akai, the analysis required by Kapa'akai requires not only to look at the impacts at the specific project site, but impacts which might actually be beyond the boundaries of the project site. Isn't that correct? It's a case by case basis, but Kapa'akai says you have to look at impacts in general. Is that a fair statement?
Oh, yeah, I would agree. And it's like you say, it depends on the facts of each case.
Okay. During public testimony, you heard testimony that apparently the custodians of the name Heiau have not been consulted. Were they consulted? And if they weren't consulted, what in Kapa'akai or Flores indicates that as a matter of law, such consultation is not required?
Depends on what you call consultation. There were discussions with several members of the Native Hawaiian community, including Miss Mikahala Roy.
Okay, so that's your testimony. She was consulted.
She participated in several public hearings.
Okay, well, anyway, whoever is participating in or with respect to the Kapa'akai related studies or submissions, that would be documented in those documents, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Do you view a need under the Unite Here Local 5 versus Kuilima case, the case, or actually versus City and County of Honolulu, which we all call the Kuilima case, which requires updated environmental assessments or environmental impact statements? Is that, in your view, going to be required if and when some type of request is made to the Land Use Commission?
It's already been done and accepted by the planning department.
Okay, and that study was completed as of what date?
2021, 2022.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Okuda. Commissioners, anything further? So I have Chair has a couple of similar questions, primarily on the housing. I know everything's subject to your further deliberations, negotiations, and settlement with the county. But I really like to focus on what your intentions are. What do you intend to do as the developer with regards to housing? Will it be built on site? How many do you want to build? When are we going to see a shovel in the ground? Please tell me your intentions.
If you don't mind, I would like to defer that specific question to our representative the petitioner's representative, if that's okay with you. Would you be okay if I allow Mr. Wheelock to respond to that particular
Sure,
question?
absolutely. And Mr. Wheelock, I'll swear you in just before you start. Mr. Wheelock, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, Richard Wheelock swears so.
Please proceed.
Our intentions remain since 2015 to develop the property that was promised 40 years ago for local folks. 450 units. The affordable housing can be a part of it, or it can be outside. Whatever comes first and whatever can get approval from the county and whatever agencies are involved.
So I think that we heard in discussion that it is likely or possible that the affordable housing would amount to as many as 20% or 130 to 140 units of affordable housing. Is that your understanding? And if so, is it your intention to build that many units?
Our understanding is that there are 22 units outstanding that are already obligated and should have been built by the previous developer, but were not. We're required to assume that obligation, and we stand by that. As far as the balance, Chapter 11, which can be explained by the county, requires 20%. Since the county canceled the existing offsite agreement on parcel 25, the cancellation letter also said that we were required to ascribe to the new chapter 11 requirements of 20% on our 450. That would indicate 90 units for 450. 90 plus 22 is about, I'm sorry,
112.
112. Thank you. Kailo High School. What can I say?
So is it your intention, if that plays out that way, to build 112?
We've had some experiences with reversals from the county's position. There has been input from project opponents challenging the validity of building offsite or onsite. Until we get those answers, I really can't commit anything to you other than whatever gets approved, we will be bound by.
So what is your intention in terms of the timing of those? One of the concerns this commission often faces for different projects is not only do they take decades to implement, but the affordable housing doesn't come soon enough. It comes on the tail end, and it's oftentimes a real frustration to get it built at all. What is your intention once you settle on a number, whether it be 112 or something different? What is your intention in terms of the timing of when that affordable housing would be built?
As mentioned earlier, we are going before the Leeward Planning Commission later this year, and then before the county council. If the county council approves the project, the extension specifically requested, it is our intention to proceed immediately with design, engineering, permitting, and start the project, which is required by county ordinance to be built in 2 increments. Typically, a project of this size would take about 10 years, barring Great Recession or some third-party event. North Korea launches on Honolulu, who knows, but that would be our intention. Once we are able to get the entitlements, I would expect the project to be built within 10 years.
So that's the total project. My question was the timing of the affordable housing, which would be 10 or 20% of the total relative to the 80 to 90%, which are not affordable. When would they be built?
Parcel
Sequentially.
25, we could probably get started in about 18 months. If it's on the subject property, it'll take longer because we have to get the intersection approval from DOT highways. That'll take about 2 years. Then we'll have to build that intersection. We would put the affordable housing in the first increment. So
That's what I'm looking for right there. We'll put the affordable housing in the first increment of houses to be built. Is that what you said?
yes,
Okay, thank you. I'm going to reserve additional questions that I have floating in my mind on the housing until we've had the benefit of testimony from the other parties. But I just wanted to alert you to that. You'll get an opportunity later after.
This is why they brought my name forward. I need to.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I explained the procedure. You have an opportunity, but if you cannot make time for us, this is not the time for you to testify.
Testimony. I need to validate or to verify.
You are entitled to submit written testimony at any time. So you can, anything you want to put on the record, you may, but we cannot take time at this moment for additional public testimony. We will be doing that probably just after lunch. And I'm sorry if you can't be with us. Yes.
You need consultation of me as you meant by appointment, not by community meetings. This is what Mr. Matsukawa made reference to. That's not the same as an inquiry that is official and one that comes from Mr. Okuda. I believe you meant from the people, the principals of this project. It would indicate that they care.
Chair, I understand what everybody said, and everybody, including what you're saying right now, I understand all of it, and all of the things that were said answers my concerns and questions. I understand everything.
For the record, I have never been.
All recess.
I have never been
gonna call
come to
recess.
buy this.
Break off the record. This witness is not. Please respect the process, ma'am. Ms. Roy, please respect the process. We're trying to accommodate and make time for you. Take 5 minutes. Okay, we're going back on the record. It's 12 o'clock, 12:01. Back on the record. So where we departed, we were still doing questioning for the petitioner. And let me turn it back to the petitioner and ask, did you have any further comment or answers that you wanted? Because we kind of got disrupted there when we abruptly adjourned.
None by me, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Wright.
I think we're okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Matsukawa.
I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Okuda.
Chair, this is just a question, just so that I don't have to make another disclosure. Mr. Wheelock, can you tell me what class you graduated from Kailua High School?
1971, and I'm the youngest member of Kona 3, so we hope to get this done soon.
Yeah, okay. Your brother might have been my elementary school classmate. I don't even remember what he looks at, like, but I put that on the record.
Was that Jeff?
I'm not sure. That's
Okay.
how far away it is. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioners, anything further for the petitioner at this time? Commissioner Ata.
I just remembered that, I know Mr. Wheelock many years ago, and I didn't recognize that at first. And I just wanted to say that, that I know him and have done work with him before. But, this is just only for a project in Oahu. So.
George, aloha, George.
Yeah.
So thank you for that disclosure. Let me ask the parties if they have any objection to Mr. Ata, Commissioner Ata continuing as a commission on this hearing by virtue of his disclosure. Mr. Rai,
Darren or I, petitioner has no objection.
County.
Michelle, on considering it was long enough ago that Commissioner Atta did not recognize Mr. Wheelock, we have no objection.
Fair observation. See,
Allison Kato, no objection.
Commissioner, fellow commissioners, other than Mr. Ata. Okay, Mr. Ata is cleared to continue. Okay, this hearing is going to swing to the county. And I just want to, pardon me? No, I got counties next. So the county is next. Can you give me an indication of the time that you would like for your prepared presentation?
Michelle, on 5 minutes or less.
Okay, but I do expect we're gonna have a fair amount of questions for you. And in that respect, I'm going to take a lunch break now. And it's going to be a short one. It's going to be limited to 25 minutes. And we'll come back at 12:30 and then we'll resume with the county. Thank you. Okay, we're going back on the record as soon as these gentlemen find their seats. So for everyone's, so we're back on the record, 12:32. No, or 1:02, what is it? 12:31. Back on the record, 12:31. Late this morning, we had some question, a little bit of an uprising about process. And so our chief planner, Mr. Derrickson, took the time during a break to share with some of the members of the public more information about the process and opportunities they have to follow up and get involved. I wanted to have Mr. Derrickson share that guidance for everyone's benefit, not just the people he was lucky enough to speak to directly. So Mr. Derrickson, if you don't mind, and I've been reminded by, we need to speak into the microphone.
Aloha, Scott Derrickson, Chief Planner. I was able to talk to a number of people about a number of different things. First, I want to emphasize everything that's involved with this specific petition. You can find up on the Land Use Commission's website, which their chair provided the link to. Also, I want to remind everybody that you can submit written testimony via email or regular mail to the commission on this issue or any issues at any time. One of the things I was trying to explain was that this process today is not about whether to approve this project or not. This project has been approved for almost 40 years. Today, we're trying to get a status report to find out where this project stands in terms of its completion. I also tried to explain as well, and I think the chair did earlier, that once the commission approves a project with conditions, after a certain point, if the project has put in sufficient infrastructure, met some of the main conditions, then it's substantially commenced. The commission then does not have the ability to revert the property. The primary way of ensuring that commission's conditions are enforced is the responsibility of the county under Hawaii Revised Statute Section 205-13. So Ms. Roy in particular wanted to know how she could participate in this process and be able to directly question the different parties. And I explained to her that there is a process called intervention. It requires a formal petition, and I did ask her that if that's something she wants to try to pursue in the future, that she should contact our staff and we can try to work through that issue with her. I think that's the main things that I covered.
So one more thing, Mr. Derrickson, if somebody wants to contact staff, what's the best way to do that? Is there a phone number? Is it email? Can you give them the contact info?
Sure. There's multiple ways nowadays to contact staff. Direct on a telephone, it's 808-587-3822. You can also contact us via email. The easiest way is to go up on our website at luc.hawaii.gov. And that page itself will provide you with our mailing address, a direct link that you can send us an email. And again, that's also where, if you want to find out the full history of this project, all the filings that have occurred, you can access it there digitally.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now resume with the county in terms of the presentation on status for this project. Ms. An.
Thank you, Chair. The county has submitted written testimony with background and contextual details, which is available on the Land Use Commission website. So I'm not going to repeat all of that testimony here today. Regarding Zendo Kern, the current planning director of the County of Hawaii, the question of potential conflicts of interest related to Director Kern's prior work was raised before the Board of Ethics. It has been addressed, it has been resolved. Director Kern is walled off from certain matters that relate to his prior work. So for example, completion of this Kona Vistas development is one such project with which Director Kern has had no involvement. So from the time the application was submitted in 2022, as the petitioner mentioned, the chain of command stops with Deputy Director Jeff Darrow, who is sitting beside me today. Director Kern has had no involvement in the application, the background work, or the recommendations that are emerging from the planning department related to this project. Also, as discussed during petitioner's report and the questioning of petitioner, there was a prior agreement related to affordable housing concerning that approximately 12-acre site, Mackay of the Highway. That agreement was made in 2005, and it was contingent upon completion of certain drainage improvements by Kona Vistas LLC. So Kona Vistas LLC never completed those drainage improvements, and that agreement was extended, and then it ultimately expired. So it was not canceled by the county. It expired after 7 amendments. And then as for current status of this project, the application was submitted in 2022, and the county has made a recommendation, the planning department has made a recommendation to the Leeward Planning Commission. So that is part of our local county process that we're currently going through. So the recommendation of the planning department does address some of the issues that were raised by the public testifiers here today. One that was mentioned was about water running off. So the recommendations from the planning department include that all development generated runoff shall be disposed of on site and shall not be directed toward any adjacent properties. Prior to receipt of final plan approval, the applicant shall submit a drainage master plan to the Department of Public Works for review and approval. So similar to the drainage issue, we have recommendations related to traffic and environmental assessments. That's all part of our process, which, as testifier Mr. Hiram Rivera pointed out, we have departments and agencies that oversee these different matters. And so it's being taken into consideration, and it's part of our recommendation to the Leeward Planning Commission that the rezoning not be approved without these conditions attached. So that, as I said, is in process. We sent our recommendations to the Leeward Planning Commission. The representation from petitioner was that they could complete the entire multifamily housing portion within 10 years. So that, again, is part of our recommendation, that the rezoning be conditional upon having all of this done within 10 years. If not, it'll have to come back before the county council. Regarding the number of affordable housing units, the recommendation that we submitted to the Leeward Planning Commission has a couple conditions related to affordable housing. One of them is about strict compliance with Condition A of the State Land Use Commission's decision in order from 1984. So that would require 10% of the total dwelling units to be affordable housing constructed on site. And then we have another recommendation that the multifamily portion be subject to the current requirements of Chapter 11 of our Hawaii County Code, which, as mentioned previously, currently requires 20% to be affordable housing. So that, by my calculation, would be a total of 112 affordable housing units, with at least 67 affordable housing units being on site. And as I said, Deputy Director Jeff Darrow is here with me, and we remain ready and willing to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. On. Commissioners, questions? Mr. Okuda, do you have anything?
I'll defer to anyone else.
No, you're up.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that information of walling off Mr. Kern. Yeah, I think that helps with just gaining confidence of everyone. Can I ask a similar question I did of the petitioner? So based on all this explanation, when are we going to see the first affordable housing unit?
Aloha.
Chair Giovanni and members of the Land Use Commission, Jeff Darrow with the Planning Department. As Ms. Han referred to our conditions within our proposed change of zone amendment, it does speak to timing in regards to affordable housing. This would be in the county's comment letter on page 6. More specifically, condition X, and it speaks to the requirement of having a affordable housing agreement established by the petitioner with the Office of Housing prior to plan approval. And it says that, oh, I'm sorry, this is, yes, condition X. And the affordable housing agreement shall be implemented prior to occupancy of any unit in each phase. So they need to comply with whatever that agreement says prior to any occupancy with each phase that they build in their project.
So right now, can you give us an estimated date when somebody could turn the key on the first affordable housing unit, which oftentimes is really not affordable, but let's just use the definition of affordable housing that's used by the government. I mean, when are we looking at when, somebody's going to actually move in, or we really don't know at this point in time?
Well, I think it's been addressed by the petitioner as far as, if everything is dependent upon this process that we're currently going through for the amendment. If that is passed, they will have a particular amount of time, 10 years, to complete construction of the project. And so they're saying, I believe on the record, it was 18 months. Is that correct? I think they said 18 months that they'll start seeing activity once approvals are granted. But again, it's getting through this process, which has been extremely timely.
Yeah. Without getting into the editorial comment about 40 years, but maybe your counsel can react or tell me what she thinks about this. The law has this equitable action called specific performance, right? And specific performance is where if certain conditions are met or elements are met, the court can order someone or an entity to perform a promise that the entity or person promised to do and hasn't done. And, if you want to get real technical, you can look at that case, Scotella, Scotella versus Osgood. That's for Hawaii Act 1983 Hawaii Supreme Court case. But these specific performance types of lawsuits or actions, they go back to England. It's, even before the American Republic was founded. Is there anything in the law that you know about which prevents a party from filing a specific performance lawsuit against a landowner that is promised to do certain things to the community or for the community, such as affordable housing, where these promises are contained in a land use commission order and it just hasn't been performed or done? Is there anything that prevents that type of lawsuit being filed to basically get the show on the road?
Oh, Commissioner, you just said that the case law goes back before the founding of this country. So I don't know if there's anything in all those years of law that would be applicable here. I do know that specific performance is not appropriate for every type of agreement. And in this instance, this petitioner, I know we're saying that they are bound to the prior decisions and orders and what has been going on with this land, but they're not the original developer. So if we want specific performance from the person who made the promise, I don't know how, as a practical matter, we would find them and hold them accountable.
Well, isn't it true that the Land Use Commission order the decision and order, which includes all these promises, as we say in the law, it runs with the land. In other words, it's an encumbrance on title. In other words, if you acquire title to that property, you're stuck with those provisions.
In such a lawsuit, what would we be praying for?
Oh, we'd be praying for the court to order the landowner or whoever, whoever holds title to do the things that were promised. In this case, build the affordable housing.
We
And
are going through our county process right now to achieve that result.
I
So the
understand.
multifamily housing was always part of the existing Kona Vista, not existing, but the Kona Vista's single-family subdivision that was created. It's all one project, it's all one development. So we're partway through the process. And as I said, we made our recommendation to the Leeward Planning Commission. The county process is ongoing. It doesn't mean that ultimately all of the recommendations will be approved and the rezoning amendment will be approved as requested by the petitioner, but we're going through the process.
Yeah, well,
And ultimately, the end result would be having this multifamily component built with the affordable housing for our low and middle income residents of Hawaii County.
yeah, I understand that. I'm just asking whether or not this type of lawsuit would be something that, well, do you know of any authority in the Hawaii cases or statute or anything like that, which expressly prohibits using a lawsuit for specific performance to basically ensure compliance with these types of promises? By the way, I understand the comment that, well, this is a new landowner, but the point is this: before anyone buys a piece of property, they usually do due diligence, which is to see what are the encumbrances on title, or in plain English, what they're going to have to comply with. And if you don't like what you have to comply with, well, then you don't buy the property, or you don't pay as much as you might have paid if there weren't these encumbrances. So is there anything in the law that prohibits a specific performance lawsuit to compel people to follow the promises that they made? Can you cite to any authority that says, this is not, or specific performance is not available in this type of situation?
You're asking about specific performance to enforce a promise made before the Land Use Commission, yeah?
Yes.
And I'm here representing the county, and I believe the Land Use Commission has their own counsel who might be able to answer or address your concerns.
Well, no. Well, I'm asking the county because if something like this takes place later, I don't want to hear from the county like, oh, wow, this shouldn't have been done because it's very clear on the law. It should have been done. I'm kind of doing what we all call in the law, right? A Rule 11 kind of compliance question. Okay, well, let me ask a related question. Or I'm sorry, Mr. Darrow.
Thank you, Commissioner Okuda. So in this particular case, right now, if we had a petitioner that said, I want to build the affordable housing, they cannot. Right now, what holds them up is the process that we are currently going through. They cannot get a building permit. They cannot do anything until they go through this process and update this ordinance that will allow them to do what we're trying to get this project to do, including the affordable housing.
Yeah.
So again, I mean, if your question is, can we make them build affordable housing through a lawsuit? The same thing would have to happen. You have to get the approvals to allow you to do the development through the council.
Yeah, maybe just to make it clear what my motivation or thought is here. The DW Ainalea versus Bridge Ainalea case says that we have no power to revert the property back to its prior designation once there's substantial commencement as set forth in the representations or the land use order. And to tell the truth, that makes sense. If a piece of property is better suited for urban development, then yeah, it should be urban. But what I believe the Supreme Court in DW Ainalea also warned about was the fact that property that have been given these entitlements, rezoning, if you can call it that, if the improvements or promises are not kept to the community, what that allows is basically land speculation. In other words, people make money off of the fact that there's a upzoning from ag to urban or conservation, to urban, and they don't even have to do anything for the community just to make money off the property. So the frustration I think I personally have is we're seeing these dockets where all these promises have been made 20, 30, 40 years ago, and you see transfers of title of property. I don't see any evidence that these were charitable transfers. It looks like there's consideration passing hands, and we're faced with a housing situation just gets worse and worse and worse, and promises aren't kept. So I'm trying to see whether or not, in addition or as a supplement to reversion, which might not be the best appropriate measure, maybe the thing to do to force landowners to live up to their promises is a specific performance lawsuit. And if they can't comply with the court order, maybe we should have contempt of court proceedings after that and daily fines for not complying. And maybe then they'll come to the county and do what they're supposed to do with the county. So anyway, that's a long explanation. If somebody in the audience knows about some case which says that specific performance cannot be used, to enforce a promise made, I'd be interested to know about that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner
Commissioner-
Kuda, let me, Ms. On, please
I'm
proceed.
sorry for interrupting. I just wanted to respond, if I may, to the last statement made by Commissioner Okuda that if we sued them, then maybe the developers would come back to the county and comply. I just want to point out in this instance that this petitioner did come to the county and is trying to go through our process. They filed their application. And as I mentioned before, we are going through our county process. So this is a developer that has been in contact with us and is cooperating with us. And we like to encourage that kind of attitude among the developers here. Thank you.
One second. I want to get a clarification on the dialogue between Commissioner Okuda and the county. And it's by example. So I'm trying to understand where you're coming from and where you're going to, Commissioner Okuda. And maybe the best way would be a hypothetical. So in the instance that the developer petitioner continues the process with the county, which the county and the petitioner have represented is ongoing, and it has a logical endpoint, even though it may be take an undetermined amount of time, it has a logical endpoint. But once we reach that endpoint, we heard clearly today from the developer, the owner, that the intent is to build affordable housing in the first segment of structures that are built. So is the question you have, Commissioner Okuda, that in the event that the developer does not fulfill that promise, that somebody who has the opportunity to bring such a lawsuit for specific, is that what you're talking about?
Yes, it is. And I'm talking in general terms. Okay. I'm not suggesting necessarily that anybody bring a specific performance lawsuit here, because again, the Hawaii case law says, correct, that equitable, specific performance is an equitable action. So the court would weigh what really is going on. It's not like an automatic death penalty or anything like that.
Yeah.
But it's who can bring that lawsuit, Mr. Chair. I guess in the end, the Hawaii Supreme Court's going to have to decide that. But the Hawaii Supreme Court has said in numerous cases that, and I'm not sure if it's the Kuilima case, but a number of cases, I believe one of them is one of the Mauna Kea cases, that environmental types of cases have broad community standing. So in other words, almost any interested person in the community can bring the lawsuit. I'm not advocating lawsuits to solve the problem. It's just looking for an additional tool so that we at the commission don't feel like people come back to us and say, yeah, we didn't comply with your conditions, but hey, we did a little bit of work, or we did work here. So like under Bridge Ainalea, you can't touch us. And the counties aren't enforcing these conditions. You know, I mean, for example, we see non-agricultural activities taking place on agricultural lands, but we don't have any power to do anything about it. So I'm just seeing whether or not the law prohibits specific performance as an additional tool where appropriate to make people live up to their promises to the community. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks for that clarification statement, not a question. So Commissioner Ohigashi.
I'm not sure who can answer this, but on condition X that that you highlighted, it says this requirement shall be approved by the Administrative Housing Office of Housing and Community Development prior to the issue of plan approval. An affordable housing agreement shall be implemented prior to occupancy of any unit in each phase. What does that mean? I mean, does it dictate whether or not you're going to build these affordable housing first, or you have to build them first before you can build the other housing? What does that condition actually mean? Or does it mean that? Does it mean anything?
Well, no, it means that as part of the agreement, because this is proposed to be a phased project, we didn't want to front end the project with all affordable housing. It's kind of a tiered project. So as they come in for a phase, 10% or 20% of that phase has to be part of that first phase. And it has to be completed prior to certificate of occupancy for that phase. So they cannot go to the next phase unless that's completed.
Wouldn't the developer seems to say that they want to start on the housing beginning? Wouldn't it make sense for the county to see if whether or not they will deliver the low-cost housing prior to
They can.
acceptance of as a condition prior, so that you get the housing in your hand, and then they're free to build whatever else they want to build in accordance with the plans?
Again, I mean, that is a possibility that can happen. The applicant can choose to do that, but in this particular case, we've recommended this particular direction for phase.
Well, I hope that the county takes a look at it more carefully and make that decision. The second thing I wanted to know is, what does that do to the 22 already houses that has to be built?
This would be condition W.
Oh, so it wasn't in here. W.
It should be just above it.
Now, so what does that mean?
That means
they're
they
gonna
have to
build it?
comply with,
When did they build it? Did they build it before the starting of this whole process? Does that go towards the 20% or the 10% or the total amount in the
So the-
phases? How does that work? I'm
I
just
hear you.
curious.
this is, this has some unique issues related to affordable housing. So originally in 1983, when the original reclassification happened for increment 1, there were 4 conditions. Condition A was the affordable housing condition. In 1993, when they were approved for the redistricting of increment 2, findings of fact number 29 said that the petitioner addressed condition A with the 12-acre property. So up to a period of time, condition A, and it was all through the construction of the 215 units, was addressed to the satisfaction of the Land Use Commission. So the question is now before the county, which we're taking the stance that if the 12-acre site is not part of this, then they have to do 10% and on-site offer for sale at affordable rates of lots or lots and houses. If it sounds like the 12-acre site is still an option, that they can build affordable housing on that. So they could go ahead and build however many units they can build on the 12-acre site. And that appears to be acceptable based on the 1993 decision. And
Yeah, I'm going to talk to you from a practical point.
Sure.
It doesn't seem to me that the county, that's a real problem for the county. Because on the one hand, the county holds the power to extend the zoning ordinance. And under that zoning ordinance, it can create conditions which would determine where the 22 houses should be built. And rather than saying that, well, we're not sure that the DNO accepts this as 29. In my mind, the DNO calls for 22 houses. DNO may have recognized that at that time, the 12 acres addressed that. But the county has determined that that doesn't meet the 22 housing requirement. So as a condition of zoning, the county could solve this problem immediately and make that determination. Let me go back one more step. That's my comment. It's not a question. The second question that I really have is that you have to go through what is called an amendment of zoning to increase the date, right? Assuming that that does not happen. For some reason, the community enrages all the council people. The council people says, hey, we're not going to do this anymore. What happens to the 22 houses?
If I could just address your comment that you pointed out was a comment, not a question.
I don't want to worry about this. It's just my comment. I want to answer the question. The question is, what happens to the 22 houses if they say no? And you can write a brief if you want about my comment, but I don't really care about that. That's just my comment. What I really want to know is the question is, what happens? What happens to the 22 houses?
Ms. Han, you may proceed with your own comment.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out that the county has to approve this rezoning amendment, and their only concern is not limited to what would satisfy the Land Use Commission's Condition A from 1984. So they might have other considerations in mind, such as not putting all the low-income people in one corner of the development, and having them spread out. So it's not like, oh, the poor people over there, So just wanted to point out that as we go through our county process, there might be other considerations that come into play as far as what conditions are recommended and ultimately approved.
My question still stands. What happens?
To be honest with you, I mean,
Please be honest.
yeah. I don't know. I mean, basically, if we try to guess, they won't have a zoning ordinance, which won't allow them to continue with their project. We have 215 built houses. Does that fall on the backs of the owners of those 215 houses? Does it fall on the petitioner who purchased a portion of the property? Does it fall on the previous developer who, whether they're around or not, I'm not sure. So
Isn't that something that should be gamed out and thought about since you're going to have to enforce the terms of that 22 houses?
Our goal,
and I know your goal is to get this passed to build more houses and things like that. I'm just saying that, hey, you better plan for what happens if it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Commissioner, is anything further for the county? Petitioner, I just want to remind you, you will be given an opportunity to rebut anything you hear from the dialogue between the county and the commission and the state and the commission. Hearing nothing more, thank you very much. So state, OPSD, do you have a position and comment?
Allison Cato, our comments will be given by Katia Balaciano. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Cato. So Ms. Villaciano, if you
Hello,
proceed.
Katia Balaciano with the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development. OPSD is satisfied with the materials submitted and the updates provided today. We hear the petitioner's uncertainty and reluctance to commit to production of a certain amount of units. And I think Jeff Darrow from the county explained the reasoning very well. However, we do believe that the petitioner has been working diligently to fulfill the conditions. We've seen the conditions that are being proposed by the county for the extension of the zoning ordinance and believe they are sufficient. We have checked with the state's DOT in regards to the outstanding conditions there and understand that once the county zoning is in place, there are some additional matters that need to be resolved with the DOT. However, they have been kept apprised of this process. They did weigh in on the environmental assessment, as did SHPD, and believe that the Kapa'akai has been satisfied with the archaeological inventory, the preservation plan, and the burial treatment plan. And SHPD has weighed in regards to the environmental assessment that was done very recently. We believe it is current, it is not stale. However, if of course there is future work that triggers an environmental assessment, then another one will need to be done, as the petitioner has already shared with you folks. And I think finally, we just want to be on record saying that we support the production of housing in this particular area. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a quick question before I'll turn it over to the other commissioners. We heard a lot of comments from the public today about the traffic in the area. And you just mentioned that DOT has weighed in and reviewed the situation. Can you summarize for everyone's sake whether DOT is imposing any, whether the TIR is current, whether it needs to be updated, whether or not there is specific conditions that DOT is looking for to help address problems with traffic, et cetera? Do you have anything you could share with us beyond what you've already said?
Yes, in 2021, the TIAR was submitted to the DOT for review as part of the petitioner's zoning amendment application. And the DOT commented on this TIAR and again had the opportunity to review the TIAR as part of the environmental assessment. They remain concerned about the intersection with the state highway and recommended that alternative options be explored. We understand also that the petitioner has been in communications with adjacent property owners and that there is concern about traffic in the area. And so the DOT will wait and have a conversation with the petitioner after the zoning ordinance is extended to discuss the details of what that intersection would look like.
So I just want to comment for the community members that have raised concern about traffic, which is a very legitimate concern. So TIAR is a acronym for a traffic study that is typically done as part of a environmental assessment for a project. And that portion of the environmental assessment specific related to the TIAR and the consequences of that, as Ms. Villaciano has shared, is taken up directly by the Department of Transportation.
The
within
State Department of
The State
Transportation.
Department of Transportation, because it's a state highway. And so that's the process that she has explained. It's still a work in my takeaway from what you've just said is that DOT recognizes the issue and it's still a work in progress before anybody agrees to a solution.
That is correct.
And a solution would be a condition for the project going forward.
Yes, probably, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, commissioners, anything further for this OPSD? Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you for testifying. This is a process question. Since the Office of State Planning is supposed to be like the public guardian on a lot of these planning cases, does it concern you that we've had all this testimony against the project, either, and it can be characterized as misguided or well-informed, but I'm just saying, does it concern the Office of Planning that you have all this testimony against the project and people seem concerned enough to hang around or attend, this meeting into now the afternoon? I mean, does that raise a concern for the Office of State Planning?
Certainly, all voices are important. All different perspectives should be incorporated. However, we also recognize that there are many people who are not in this room at this point in time who may have also weighed in previously in the county's various long-range plans that suggest that this is an area where housing should be developed.
Well, does the Office of State Planning believe that it might make sense to have some engagement with at least the people who came here to this hearing, because by their action, they're showing, more than just what sometimes is described as flippant concerns. I mean, they're spending their time and their afternoon here. I mean, would
I
it
would
be?
not suggest these are flippant concerns
Yeah,
at
I know.
all.
I'm not either. And that's why I'm saying, does the Office of State Planning maybe have some ideas of engaging with the people who are here to see whether, if they've got concerns that might be addressed, the Office of State Planning can look at that?
There's an
Yeah.
extensive public process that is ongoing right now, of which this is part. There have been meetings before the Planning Commission. There will be meetings before the Planning Commission. All of those are open to the public.
Okay, well, let me just ask the straightforward question. Are you willing to meet with these people who are in this room today to hear their concerns more in depth? Because a number of them has said 3 minutes is not enough to spell out their concerns, or hey, they just got to go someplace else. We might as well be straight with
The
them.
OPSD is always willing to hear and speak with the public on all matters that come
Who
in
should
our
they
direction.
call? How should they contact OPSD? Actually, let's make it clear. Who should they contact? If you can give the people in the room a name and contact information. So if they want to engage with OPSD, there's somebody they can contact.
They can contact me.
Okay.
My email is katia.balassiano@hawaii.gov. And I can be here after the meeting to provide that email address to those who ask. I also have some cards with me that I'd be happy to distribute.
Okay, that's very generous of you to do that, because the last time I asked the similar question in Honolulu, and I won't mention names, after 10 minutes, the chair, not the current chair, but the prior chair, told me, you might as well not ask because you're not going to get an answer. So thank you very much for providing that information.
Let me echo that.
Thank you,
Got-
Mr.
got that.
Chair.
Thank you very much for providing that access information, which is similar to how I tried to give direction on how to contact staff on these matters. So we share your willingness and receptiveness to public inquiry.
I'm happy to help.
Okay, commissioners, further. Hearing none. Thank you very much. We shall proceed. So petitioner. Do you have any further rebuttal comments that you want to make about any aspect? Please take your time.
Darren Arai for the petitioner. Both myself and Mr. Matsukawa would like to offer some responses to the discussion. First of all, just to further elaborate on the venue for our community engagement, I want to emphasize that this process did include in Chapter 343 environmental review, which was a public review process. There were proceedings before the Leeward Planning Commission, proceedings before the Cultural Resource Commission, and shortly we will be heading back to the Leeward Planning Commission once again with final proceedings before the Hawaii County Council. Most of these processes are Chapter 91 processes, so there will be opportunity for public notification and written and verbal comments as well. There was also discussion regarding promises as far as the provision of affordable housing. I would like to remind commissioners and remind ourselves too that we can make certain representations, but ultimately what happens on the ground is going to be dictated by the Hawaii County Council because they, by virtue of Chapter 46, have the power of zoning. So they will set forth all the conditions and requirements that they expect from this the petitioner. At the very least, they need to make sure that those conditions uphold the conditions as expressed by the Land Use Commission in its decision and order. So I just wanted to put that on the table. And finally, with that being said, we had one question where Condition A does speak to the offer for sale of these affordable units. And our representation was that we wanted to offer certain units for rent and certain units for sale. So that's the type of clarity that we were seeking. But I understand what your earlier comments about whether or not you can dive into that type of proceedings. But it shows you that what the applicant is, the petitioner is asking for today is just the blessing to proceed forward. Because it's going to require a lot of more discussions, a lot more negotiations, a lot more investigations before they can memorialize a final agreement that will provide for the necessary affordable housing units. And if Mr. Matsukawa,
Before we go to Mr. Matsukawa, I just want to restate. And by example, if the petitioner desires to amend an existing condition of a decision ordered by the LUC, that's a process. And the best way to understand that process is by consultation with staff. So you have an idea what you want to accomplish, you talk to staff, what's the pathway to see if that can be done.
thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Mr. Matsukawa.
Thank you. In reference to Mr. Okuda's questions about enforcement remedies, I know there's a court case for a case that arose in Honolulu, and it turns on the issue of standing. The plaintiff was trying to enforce a public ordinance, and objections were raised that an ordinance doesn't necessarily give a private member of the public, though affected, the standing to enforce the public ordinance, leaving it to the enforcing authority of the county. And that's been more or less the general position of courts nationwide. It turns on standing, and you have to interpret the benefits being conferred to whom, etc. It's a difficult challenge. Except for the area of Article 1, Section 9, which is the environmental guarantee that the state constitution gives to any person pertaining to an environmental issue. Like the Kuilima environmental assessment that was 25 years old, and they wanted to expand the project, but the EIS was 20-some years old. That's an environmental issue, so any person could then enforce that. As to Mr. Ohigashi's question, I think it raises a good question about who holds the burden for the 22 units that have been built or lots that have been built. And as I see the condition that was recorded, it appears in every deed to every lot in the first part of this project on the 215 lots. They all have this exception that the lot owner accepts the condition as an encumbrance on his or her title. So I guess in response to Mr. Ohigashi's statement, I guess we're all tied together to get condition A done and the 22 lots created.
Commissioner Godu.
I have another question. I was looking at your schematics, and it seems like it's a multi-family unit. Essentially, it's like all similar types of units. Some may be 2 bedrooms, some may be 3 bedrooms, some may be 1 bedroom, right? But they're all similar type of units. Is that right? Yeah. And do you plan to build special type of units for the low cost housing portion that is different from the regular?
Please state your name.
Richard Wheelock. In general, pour door planning is a bad idea. We do not have that intention.
So we can be reasonably assured that even if the county requires you to place the low cost housing up front in this multifamily unit, that essentially they will have the same units as the regular sales price.
Richard Wheelock. So the lower units, if you look at the site plan, is planned for 174 rentals. That's one of the reasons that we need to know that we can do rentals. Previously, the Affordable Housing Agreement allowed us to provide an off-site subject to improvements. That deal is now off the table, it appears. So
That's
we're
not my
gonna,
question. My question more deals with whether or not you sell them or rent them. It's the same units that you're going to be offering to as regular price units.
there's
right?
2 types of units. The lower units are for rent and they're limited to 2 stories in response to neighborhood concerns about heights. As we go up the mountain and it gets steeper, it goes to 2 and 3 story buildings built as townhouse complexes.
So
We would go ahead and incorporate within those 2 types of construction
I see.
units that met the affordable housing requirements.
And would it be correct to say that just because they're low cost, or what is it? What's the term? Low cost housing?
Affordable.
Affordable housing. That does not mean they're for the poor.
Richard Wheelock, the language in the DNO refers to low and median income residents of the state of Hawaii. So it's our understanding that that's who we're supposed to provide it for.
So this idea we would create a enclave of poor owners wouldn't occur in your development, would that?
That is not our plan, no.
I just wanted to clear that up because I had this impression from the county that they were concerned, that they had concerns that they would be creating a poor enclave within it. And by requiring low and medium cost housing, affordable housing up front. No further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anything further? So have you concluded your remarks from the petitioner?
Darren or I, yes, we've concluded our questioning.
Okay, it's now time for a second round of public testimony. So, Ms. Kwan, do we have anybody that wants to testify?
Yes, we have 10 signups.
Okay, so we're gonna have to move through this a little more expeditiously. I'm sorry that we don't have 3 minutes to spare for each of you. So we're not gonna be able to do that. So I'm gonna limit the commentary to half the time, so a minute and a half. So let's call the first witness.
First witness is David Blanket Maddock.
Mr. Maddock, you're still sworn in, so please proceed.
I raise a constitutional issue on the ability to respond at a public hearing when the time's been cut to half the time that's been allocated and even recognized in the past. So that I raised an objection. Number two, I am a lawyer, so I heard the stuff about specific informants and all those kinds of things. I heard testimony that they could not build affordable housing, which is ridiculous. If you refer back to 8423, the original allowance of this particular zoning, it said that the second stage shall not go forward until the conditions are met. But specifically in A and B, they were subject to reversionary interest, so that this could revert back to the original zoning. I'd invite you to look at those because they're very specific. They're time specific. Within it, the second phase can't even be considered until after the first one's completed. And it was never completed because the 22 units of affordable housing were never produced in the first phase. So I invite you to go back and look at that. Particularly Mr. Akuda, I think you understand what I'm talking about. It might be, because of your expertise, it might be helpful to your commission. The other thing is capacity. I heard testimony that I don't find credible here. The developer said that within 18 months they could begin building affordable housing, was actually the way they put it. They testified before the zoning commission, just before it went back to these other cultural groups, that they don't have the capacity, they don't have the money to build anything right now. They weren't even going to seek their investors until after this was approved. So I would say it's disingenuous to claim that you're going to be able to move in 18 months if you don't have, as you were saying, whether it's bonded or whatever, you don't have any investors and you don't have the actual resources yourself. I might ask them some questions about that if I were on this commission. There's another thing. That's very hard because I got a lot of notes here.
You know, you can submit everything you want to say in writing.
I understand, but this is fresh in my mind, and I would really like the opportunity just to address a couple of things. If you just let me look at my notes for a couple of seconds. But I would invite the board to go back and look at the stages that were included. These were teeth in the original ordinances. The teeth were removed sometimes by amendments to some extent, but they did provide for reversion if any of the conditions in A and B were not met. A and B included the affordable housing, which was never met. So reversion is on the table. Also abandonment. This particular including this particular owner, has reverted the use of the land back to agricultural. They've ran cattle on it. There's a letter in the department, an email to me regarding this because we raised concerns over cattle on the property, in which the planning department, it said that the owner admitted that they were under contract with people to run cattle or the ranchers on this land, and they were going to deal with it. We still hear cattle's mooing today. People have testified to observing the cattle.
Please summarize.
I'm trying. I'm actually trying to rebut, which is a little bit harder. And if
Please try.
Yeah, right. Let me look at my very abbreviated notes. My wife has me in the habit of doing that for the benefit of everybody. So fixing the statutes really isn't something that we even should be at an issue here. We don't need to fix the statutes. It's kind of like the border wall. The laws were there. What's happened is everybody's allowed them to erode. And as far as a private suit, it's hard to say what could happen with a private suit. But as far as we're looking at these other conditions where we're looking at the state saying, just like the county is a state enforcing, the environmental assessment and those kinds of things. You got testimony from me. You can go back and look at the testimony that appeared before the cultural group, and it appeared before the council, and it appeared before the planning commission, and it appeared before PONC, where how even whether it was ever appealed or not within the appeal period, how can you rely on a report that now we know in the face of it that it just omitted all the information that you need that's essential to make a decision. That's just not feasible. And certainly the state should be taking a look at that and saying, well, wait a minute. You didn't disclose this and we were relying on you to disclose this. The state didn't conduct that study. The employer paid for someone to conduct that study. Those people sat there.
Please conclude.
They denied these things in the hearings, saying there's nothing on the property. And then they went up against experts and Hawaiians who said the contrary. So the bottom line here is it can't, I would like to submit to this commission that it can't move forward, period, under the first condition, that it hasn't met the 22 units that are required in the first condition, and under the strict enforcement of the terms of that condition, which are allowable. A and B were, I don't care about substantial compliance. If it didn't meet those first two conditions in the first, they're under an obligation not to move forward. Let them build the 22 units. Another thing, this came to mind. I want to get this on the record. They mentioned that they're going to use affordable housing.
You're abusing your opportunity.
Let me just point this out, though. Sale of lots or housing.
We're recessed. 5 minutes. Okay, back on the record. Let me reassert the privilege that community has. At any time you could put in, we welcome your comments and whether they be argumentative or otherwise, in writing. You want us to see them? You want us to digest them? Give them to us in writing. It's more effective. But you do have the opportunity 2 times today to present your testimony. Hopefully it's not redundant and we can make the best use of time. But please respect the time that I give you so that we can all participate in this process. Seeing that the witness is not returned for questioning, we will now proceed to number 2.
Next on the list, I have Diane Blanc Maddock.
Diane, please. You're still under oath. You have 1.5 minutes.
Aloha. My name's Diane Blancett Maddock. I just wanted to quickly say 2 things. I wanted to clarify of the 450 units that the landowner is proposing in his current project application to the city, to the county for time extension of the 450 units, at least 200 of them are designated for sale and for short-term rentals. So out of these 450, at least 200 are not even going to be eligible for any affordable housing units. The last time extension was placed in 2002 before the county ordinance, and it was a 6th amendment, and it had stated that they had 5 years to complete the project, and that would take it up to 2007. So we're already way past that. And the other comment that someone made about the project being mostly completed, if it was mostly completed, they wouldn't need a time extension because the project would be ongoing if they hadn't abandoned what they were doing from the 2007. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question, petitioner?
Richard Wheelock, we have never represented, we're going to do short-term rentals. We have no intention to do short-term rentals.
Well, excuse me, page 46 from your petition to the county states that you're eligible for over 200 short-term rentals on the application to the
This is
county.
not the time and place to debate that issue. So both of your positions are on record. Thank you. So county, any questions?
Michelle on, no questions.
State?
Allison Cotta, no questions.
Okay, commissioners? Thank you. Next.
Cheryl Tungay.
Ms. Tungay, did you testify this morning? Okay, I'll have to swear you in. So please state your name and address, but do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Cheryl Tangway,
Your address?
76-4378 Leilani Street. That my testimony will be true.
Please proceed. You have 1.5 minutes.
I submitted some written testimony.
Thank you.
And I want to direct all of your attention to it. Because what I'm concerned about is in all the meetings I have attended, I've noticed that the developer has some shortfall that never seems to get fulfilled. In the Leeward Commission meeting last December of 22, the commissioners asked the developer for an overlay because at that point we were discussing the antiquities on the site. And the developer had his complete layout of 450 units with no respect to any of the antiquities and was asked to produce an overlay, which he still has not. I would love to see that because again, when the Cultural Resources Commission comes back and states that the property should be undeveloped in perpetuity, I think we have to respect that. We are not just talking about affordable housing. We are talking about a long-term effect that whatever this development does is going to change forever in Kona. I would like to point out too, that previously, the developer was calling the development the Kona Villages at Kona Vista. And suddenly the name became, obviously in recognition of the specialness of the site, Royal Vistas. So right there, I think the developer has conceded that there is something special about this site.
Please conclude your remarks.
And to that is my point. I would like very much for somebody to follow up. I have been in attendance to all these meetings, the PONC meetings, and I am part of the Kona Community Plan Community Representative for its revision.
Thank you. Please stand by for questions. Petitioner,
Darren Orai, no questions.
thank you. County,
Michelle on, no questions.
state,
Allison Cotta, no question.
thank you. Commissioners? Thank you, and thank you for your time today. Next,
Next, we have Joel Gimbel.
Mr. Gimbel, you're still under oath. And I'm speaking loud as I can into the microphone, and I know you'll do the same.
I'll speak right into the microphone like most of us don't. Pursuant to an article in today's West Hawaii Today newspaper, Kona 3's 2023 annual report submitted to this body, the Land Use Commission, last week, specifies that it has agreed with the Ahe Group, Makani Maeva is the person's name, to provide 67 affordable housing units. But that group denies any relationship and that there is no agreement to satisfy the affordable housing requirements with Kona Vistas in any way. Specifically, the article quotes Mr. Maeva. Kona 3 approached us for 67 affordable housing credits, but at the time we didn't know what project they were intending to use the credits for. When we understood the intention was to use the credits for a controversial project, Kona Vistas, we made it clear we have another project in the works, Kuakini Heights, and we could not be involved in a politically charged project. We have no relationship with Kona 3. We have no commitment to sell Kona 3 affordable housing credits. We simply trying to get approval for our 100-unit Kuakini Heights project, which is 100% affordable for 61 years. I question why the misunderstanding. What is the problem here? There must be some sort of a miscommunication. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any comment or questions?
No questions of the
Thank you.
testifier.
County,
Michelle on, no questions.
thank you. State,
Allison Cotta, no questions.
commissioners? Thank you, Mr. Gimbel.
Thank you.
Next,
Up next, we have Renee Inaba.
Ms. Inaba, welcome back. You're still under oath. Please proceed. You have 1.5 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, fine. Thank you. I'll start now. Okay, I'm gonna go kind of quickly because minute and a half is fast. Couple of things. It seems like so many tranches of activity with this, right? Leeward planning, cultural resources, PONC, and so on and so forth. You know, and it all has to coalesce at some point. And it's almost like wish we could put something in the middle that was the brain trust, so you guys had the benefit of all of those things. But so I would just ask you to go back and look at the records on things like that, the different organizations, committees and stuff. Just trying to talk fast, guys, sorry. It was also my understanding that the developer did plan to use short-term vacation rentals. I understand 450 units will be thousands more cars on our roads every day in areas where Department of Transportation needs to look at the lay of the highways, grade and curvature are really dangerous. They were done improperly and people will die. So it's kind of like you may rue the day you put 1,000 more cars easily onto the highway. The traffic study that was done in 2021, y'all remember COVID, right? So traffic study done in 2021 really doesn't show what I think Mark Powell showed with the picture of all the traffic. And we all know that that's a problem. Just quick, please read the articles in West Hawaii Today. There was one on the 29th of January and then one that came in today. There's just so much you have to be careful. I'm not saying anybody's doing this on purpose, but you know, if it looks like subterfuge, we just got to make sure we're getting to the facts and the details of things and getting to the real nut of the issues. The environmental assessment study has a lot of questions. It was big, it was thick. Most of us read it. And we know that there's lots of holes in that. So just to say it was big and it was thick, and that's impressive because you can use it as a giant paperweight, doesn't really help in this case. Affordable housing never really has worked in Hawaii though, really either. And so the problem is, what is it? Is it just kind of a matter, I wonder, question?
Please summarize.
Sure. Short-term vacation rentals. Look what happened in Maui after the fire. They had to put people into the places that normally are for short-term vacation rentals. I think we're just using up too much of our resources in Hawaii, period, with short-term vacation rentals and affordable housing. You show me an example when it really, really worked in Hawaii. I wish it did, because I think we need to do better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Please stand by.
Yeah.
Questions? Petitioner?
Darren, all right. Not a question, but just as clarifying statement due to reference twice already to short-term vacation rental. Petitioner is not proposing short-term vacation rentals. The citation in the application was simply acknowledging the law. The law does allow short-term vacation rentals in a project with this type of zoning. The developer cannot prohibit it. That would be contractual zoning, and that's prohibited by law. Just to clarify, thank you.
Thank you. County?
Michelle on, we have no questions.
State?
Allison Kato, no questions.
Commissioners? Thank you, Ms. Inaba.
Question, would you guys like a copy of the letter concerning
You can submit
the
it.
credits?
You can submit it if you choose.
Yeah, I'll just hand it to.
No, submit it in writing.
So this is the letter about the credits for affordable housing, just the one that Joel referenced.
Okay. Who's next?
Up next, we have John Powell.
Mr. Powell.
Well, we've heard several things, but the community is the one that did the environmental work. The developers' environmental work just scaped over everything. We, the group, people, locals that knew the history of the land, we got into and dug deep and found all these archaeological features that were pre and post contact period. If you go back to the Cultural Resources Committee meeting, please listen to it. It's a long meeting, but Mr. Stone put it where it belonged. You have already heard that these are going to be like condos, 40-foot plus tall, a lot of them. So you're going to have some issues there. You already said because of engineering and grading, they don't know how many units they can build. Well, with that type of structure in this narrow, basically property with the two drainage areas, it's going to be impossible to get that many units. But they're telling you that they'll be affordable. Well, what is affordable? Okay, so if the rent is so much on the rental units, people can barely afford that, then they dump the monthly condo fees on top of that, they can't afford it. So whatever the affordable number is, it has to be rent and the condo fees. DOT has no plans on the highway to improve the highway. The jobs you heard 40 years ago doesn't work today. Yes, 40 years ago, the developments that hopefully were going to be businesses and stores, they're all this way. They're all north. This is where the affordable housing should be, so people don't have to commute to buy bread, groceries, and go to work. You can walkable in town. Thank you.
Please stand by. Any questions for this witness?
Darren, all right, no questions.
County,
Michelle On, no questions for this.
thank you
testifier.
very much. State
Allison Cato, no questions.
commissioners. Thank you. So I have the sense that there's still a little confusion about what is within the province of the Land Use Commission. Many of the concerns that have been expressed by the community are well taken, but they need to be addressed if you've listened to the process that's ongoing with the Leeward Planning Commission and the county. That's where the action is. It's not like the Land Use Commission can get involved in that level of detail at this point in time on this project. So thank you for bringing your concerns forward, but if you want to act on them, you got to go a little different direction than us. Next,
Hiram Rivera.
Mr. Rivera, you still here?
Nope.
Think he left. Next,
Craig Bo Kahuli.
Kapuli, Mr. Kapuli, still here? He left.
Mark Van Perny.
Mr. Van Pries. Sir, you're still under oath. Please proceed.
Yes, I'm showing oath. You mentioned that there was some disclosure about the conflict of interest. The public didn't see it. I assume it's an opinion from the county that Mr. Kern does not have a conflict. It's never been presented to the Board of Ethics or anybody else that the staff also have that same conflict of interest. The law is that if the principal has a conflict of interest, the staff does too. So I suggest to stay while an objective review by the county is done. So on behalf of the county and distributed to everybody who is making decisions or writing input, Mr. Kern has publicly published his support for this project, his prior client. And we have a 40-year-old or 30-year-old conditions, which are not relevant today. 30 years ago, cocaine was traversable. Now it's back to back for miles, stop and go. I don't see that the DOT could possibly say that's acceptable. They can have another 700 cars. Now let me address the questions that were presented here. In my 45 years of law practice, it represents many developers in this county. Here's what will happen. You notice it's an LLC. That means limited liability company. That means no personal liability to the individuals. They will not obligate themselves as individuals. The LLC obligated itself, for instance, as affordable housing. And then without building the affordable housing and without doing outside infrastructure requirements, such as the stacking lane, is dangerous to this development entrance. They will declare bankruptcy after selling the project, getting all the money and distributing it to the partners. The LLC then filed bankruptcy. This has happened time and time again in this county. And that's what will happen here. Talk about affordable housing is useless for these guys unless you make whatever decision that benefits them financially contingent upon that being built by a certain date. In other words, a sunset clause.
Mr. Belpres, I have to ask you to conclude.
One other thing. They can, Mr. Kern has said, we can satisfy affordable housing, but buy land. Get some cheap land, ag land in Hilo or Kona, give it to the county, and you're done. So the county has lots of land as a result of this, but no affordable housing. So all you talk about affordable housing is useless unless you can get personal commitments or it's contingent. So
Please conclude.
let's cut the BS and get down to reality. One last thing, Mr. Could raise a specific performance. There is none available here because you have no promise except I promise if I develop. These days are not gonna develop. It's been sold 3-4 times. They're gonna get the zoning change of stuff again. So
Okay, please stand by for questions. Mr. Arai,
Darren O'Reilly, no questions.
County.
Michelle On, I just would like to address Mr. Van Pernis's comment or implication that the entire planning department of the County of Hawaii might be being directed by Mr. Kern or thinking that, they have to approve this because Director Kern had been involved in the past. But if you look at what this project is and where it is proposed to be, it is consistent with the Hawaii General Plan. It's consistent with the Kona Community Development Plan. It is in the Kona urban area on our land use maps. So this project, the multifamily portion of this project is an appropriate use of this land. So, the entire planning department of the County of Hawaii is not making this recommendation just because Director Kern had been involved in the past. As stated previously, he has been walled off from this process. He was not involved in the recommendations that emerged from the planning department to the Leeward Planning Commission. And again, this process is ongoing. The Leeward Planning Commission is reviewing the recommendations, and then it goes before the County Council. So that should hopefully address your concerns that Director Kern's influence might have somehow affected this process.
Thank you for your
may I
comments.
respond?
No, I think she responded.
She said it was a question.
She said she had a comment.
It's a statement or a question.
No, we'll proceed. State, do you have any questions for this witness?
No questions, thank you.
The planning commission is dependent on our planning director. Their time.
Sir, your time is up. Thank you. Next,
Next, we have Janice Kerr.
Ms. Kerr. You're still under oath. Please proceed. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, so I just want to pick up real quick on that last comment about the land. The Planning Commission has determined that it's appropriate use of the land being urban zoned. It's a floodplain. It's one of very few floodplains on the western side of this island. It's important. It was a floodplain 40 years ago. It will be a floodplain 40 years from now. It will be a floodplain when we're all gone and all the houses that are built on it are gone. So I question how they could determine that was inappropriate, because I checked with the county engineering department and they didn't think it was appropriate. But anyway, I want to go back just real quick to the affordable housing. I'd like to know if what the price point is for an affordable house with a view to the ocean from a floodplain. Can I get an answer to that?
I think you expressed it in rhetorical terms, and that is a question that would be taken up by the county.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad that you referred to Zando Kern being walled off, because I've seen him at county planning department open houses, engaging with the public and chit-chatting about this development and others. So I don't know when he was walled off. I've also seen him at county council meetings. So hopefully what he did prior to being walled off isn't still influencing what's going on. And finally, I asked the state earlier if they had done their own work on looking at the traffic situation by actually going to the Laco intersection and observing the traffic. And I was told, no, they don't. They hire that out. So I assume that the developer did that. And as one of the prior testifiers noted, it was during the pandemic and there was no traffic. So they're relying on that without sending their own people out. I think the state should take a look at the intersection of Laco and Queen K. And finally, you know, when somebody buys something, whether it's a developer or I go to Macy's and get a pair of shoes, it's buyer beware, you know? So they had a lot to be aware of. There have been a lot of people that have pointed out a lot of things they should have been aware of. And if it doesn't work to their satisfaction, then that's not anybody else's fault but their own. Thank you.
Please stand by. Please stand by for questions.
Aaron or I, no questions of this testifier.
Thank you, county.
Michelle on, no questions.
Thank you, state.
Allison Cato, no questions.
Commissioners? So, Mr. I have a question. So you heard in the exchange between the state, Ms. Palaciano and myself, about the TIAR, the traffic study that was done by a qualified expert. And I think it was expressed that there are issues that the Department of Transportation finds. They have not accepted it as is. Have you read the TIR? Have you reviewed it?
No, I haven't. I just chatted with her earlier at the break and she indicated that it was going to be revisited, but I was not clear on that from what she had said during her initial
Yeah, I
remarks.
wonder because you were very critical of it, but you haven't even read it. So just because it was done at a certain year when we had COVID.
Right. I also
Typically that's taken into account in these types of studies.
okay, good. Well, that's good to know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further. Anybody else?
We have up last, we have Doug Chikowitz.
Mr. Chikowitz, I'm sure we've mispronounced that, but please state your name again for the record. You're still under oath and you have a minute and a half.
Doug Chahovich.
Chahovitz, thank you.
Just quick, with the state and the county, when it comes to an environmental and land use impact statement, I was just curious also if they do their own research or if it's outsourced. And if it's on record to where you can find out what company or who's done the research. And then also, project like this when there's environmental issues, is it mandatory to complete all infrastructure and environmental work before any development is done? Whether that's through the county or the state, I'm not sure who would answer that. And also, I think in the state one articles, it showed that this development would be tied into the sewer system, which is, my understanding is it's inadequate right now for the amount of houses that are tied into the sewer system. So it drastically needs an upgrade. And also with the downstream flooding that may occur, who would answer to being responsible? Would that be the state, the county, the developers? So, just questions for the state and the county. And also, it sounded earlier like the county is ill-prepared for any issues that may occur through the planning department. It'd be nice to know if they, because a lot of your questions were brought up, they couldn't exactly address how it would be handled. That's all.
So a couple of things that I might suggest. So Hawaii revised statute number 343 is the statute that defines what is required for environmental review. I suggest you familiarize yourself with that, and that might answer a lot of your questions. That's statute HRS 343. And as far as pre-existing environmental studies that have been done, they're all published and they're available at the OEQC state website for OEQC. Office of Environmental Quality Control. Who's Katia?
Hello, Katia Balaciano, OPSD. OEQC doesn't exist any longer. It's the Environmental Review Program that is part of OPSD, but you are entirely correct. All environmental assessments are published online and are available, and they do specify the consultant that prepared a particular component. So a traffic consultant prepares a traffic component, a biological person works on, flora and fauna, and all of the names of who prepared what is contained within those documents.
State that website again.
Yeah, I can give you my card and it contains that information on it.
Now, when the state hires them or the county hires them, are they from this county?
Wait. No, just follow up independently with that inquiry. This is not the place to do that Q&A. So, Mr. Rye, do you have any questions for this witness?
Sharon Orai, no questions.
County,
Michelle On, no questions.
state?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. Okay, nothing further. Thank you very much. Anybody else? Okay, good. Here's my script. Okay, that's it. Commissioners, this is a status report. We are not required to take any action at this time. And if no action is taken, the required for continual annual status reports will remain in effect. However, if the commission feels that its concerns or its questions have not been adequately addressed based on the comments and responses provided by the petitioner, I will entertain a motion that either the petitioner status report has not sufficiently addressed the commission's concerns and that further meetings or status updates are necessary to provide the opportunity to do so at a future date as determined by the LUC staff. Or if there is reason to believe that the petitioner will not adhere to the conditions set forth in the original decision and order, the staff may move forward with a formal order to show cause proceedings. Just want to make sure everybody understands those options. So, commissioners, the chair will entertain any discussions that you'd like or comments that you'd like to make on the record on this matter at this time. Commissioner Ohigashi.
I hate to say this, but I want, since I'm a short timer, so what I'm gonna say is this, is that I think that we've got as much information as we can get from the petitioner. And I think that these documents seem to provide at least an understanding of what's going on. I'm not saying that these are good things or bad things. I'm saying that I think they've met their burden to provide us the status. And I believe that if we would, that that if they appear before the Leeward Planning Commission soon, and they get a result from that, I believe that that the commission should take a look at whether or not they would provide us at least an update on that status. This, if it doesn't fall within the year purview. Okay. That being said, I agree with everybody here that there is a problem with this project in that it's too long in the making. And for whatever reason it is, we're here now. I think that given the fact that we have limited jurisdiction in this matter, the planning or the land use commission is not the available venue for the public's concern, and may not even be the venue that the petitioner is really looking at. This project seems to be a county concern, and that the county will have to chart its course and be responsible for its own constituents. I am of the position that I think that a limited request to keep us informed of any new facts concerning the planning commission and as well as the council, as well as the yearly updates should suffice. Because I think the county has heard what layman people who never made the decision 40 years ago are concerned with now. And that's the best I think that this land use commission can do. So, Mr. Chairman, to respond, I would request on the record rather than file a motion that the petitioner agree to provide information concerning the results of any kind of planning commission activity as well as the council activity if it occurs prior to the year in report. And if that is okay, I'm going to ask that I'm going to suggest to the body that we.
Commissioner Higashi, express your request directly to the petitioner. What would you like them to do?
I would like you to provide within 1 week of the decisions of the planning commission and the council, an updated report as to what the status is on that.
Darren, our petitioner has no objection to that request.
In addition to the yearly report, annual reports.
Understood. Thank you.
Commissioner Higashi, may I amend that slightly?
You can ask them whatever you want.
Yeah, so I do think that the primary body that has jurisdiction here for settling a lot of the issues is the county and the Leeward Planning Commission. And it looks like everything's headed that way. And that's good. But there are also issues that that the state brought forward that are still, in my mind, unresolved. Like, for example, the DOT's position on the traffic and whether or not there's still concerns or maybe even renewed concerns about the historical aspects of the property, whatever the state feels there. So let me amend that request to be that as those things are worked out between the petitioner and the state, that we also be informed within a week of any significant agreements or decisions that are made between those entities. Is that agreeable to the petitioner as well?
Darren Wright, for the petitioner, no objections. Our one question was the best way of communicating that
Directly
information.
to staff by letter in writing.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion, commissioners, on the adequacy of today's status report? Commissioner Okuda.
Chair, is there a motion?
Not a motion. it was a statement by Commissioner Ohigashi that he felt it was sufficient in with what we heard today. You can concur with that, or you can make a motion. Or whatever you want.
Yeah, if a motion is necessary, I would make a motion,
Please.
to do exactly what you and Commissioner Ohigashi stated. If no motion is necessary, then I agree with the request. I think it's a way forward. And if certain things are brought before us, well, let me first say, I agree with the chair and Commissioner Ohigashi. Because of the DW Inalea versus Bridge Inalea case, we have no real enforcement powers at this point in time. But if for some reason the petitioner brings a motion to amend, for whatever reason, the existing DNO, at that point in time, we would be duty bound to look at the adequacy of the 343 environmental impact statements or environmental assessments. We'd be required by the Hawaii Supreme Court to look at whether or not an adequate Kapa'akai versus Land Use Commission analysis has been done, and anything else that might be relevant at that point in time. But at this point in time, for us to engage in those items would be premature and probably a waste of, well, it wouldn't be the best use of everyone's time, including the public's time.
Thank you, Commissioner Kuda. A motion is not required. We have informally requested and received the assurance of the parties, the petitioner, that they would so respond to the interest of Commissioner Ohigashi in their dealings with the county and my interest in your dealings with the state. So we will take that on the record as face value representations, and that's fine. We don't need to put a motion in place. Mr. Carsmith.
Yeah, just briefly, I wanted to go on the record and state that I do feel that the petitioner has met providing us with the status and progress report as outlined in the agenda, and trying to keep it simple. I support that.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Sure.
Commissioner Okuda.
I'm sorry, if I could add one more thing. I would encourage anyone who has participated in this process, if anyone here believes there should be additional items placed in the record, I would encourage everyone to submit it to the Land Use Commission so that there could be a complete record, because as a practical matter, an issue regarding a project may come up 5 years from now, and nobody is going to have real clarity of memory as far as what took place, but things in writing are really important. So points, we listen to all the points, and we would encourage everyone to submit things in writing so the record is really clear about what is really the evidence that is being presented. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'll echo that. There were a number of things brought to the attention today, many of which came from the community and in their public testimony and in the written testimony. And we do take that stuff seriously, but this is not the time and place to get into arguments or to get issues such as those resolved. It is a complicated process. Take it in a positive way that your concerns have been heard and they are on the record. And as the case goes forward, that record will always be there. Any further business here, commissioners? Any further discussion? Going once. Thank you to all the parties who have participated today. Special thanks for the community members who chose to come forward and speak. This meeting is adjourned.